Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. Light rain fell on the fogged-up windows of the O'Sullivan's old crafts workshop as Siobhan tried, unsuccessfully, to repair yet another of the vintage sewing machines her grandmother so prized. At 23 years old, with red hair always tied in a messy bun and freckles that dotted her face, she was the last hope to keep alive the business that her family had run for 3 generations in Wicklow, a small village in the Irish countryside. This stubborn machine, she muttered to herself as her skilled hands tried to adjust the rusty gears. The aroma of chamomile tea filled the room, mixing with the characteristic smell of old fabrics and aged wood. On the wall, the portrait of her grandmother Margaret, who had passed away just 6 months ago, seemed to watch her with that enigmatic smile she always carried. The situation in the workshop was critical. The bills piled up on the work table like dry leaves in a particularly cruel autumn. The bank threatened to take over the property, and customers, previously loyal, now preferred industrialized clothing from the large department stores that had set up shop in the neighboring city. Your grandmother always said there's magic in the unlikeliest of places, said a familiar voice, making Siobhan startle. It was Sean O'Brien, the old family friend who ran the village's only bookshop. His wrinkled, kind face appeared through the half-open door, carrying a dusty box. "Sean, what a scare you gave me," Siobhan replied, getting up to help him with the box. "What is that?" "I found this in the back of the bookstore. It belonged to your grandmother. Margaret left it with me years ago, saying that I would know the right time to give it to me," he explained, placing the box on the work table. "And something tells me that moment is now." Intrigued, Siobhan carefully opened the box. Inside was a yellowed parchment, delicately rolled up and tied with a faded green ribbon. As he unrolled it, his eyes widened. It was a map, but no ordinary map. The lines seemed to pulse with their own light, and the drawings were so detailed that they seemed to move under your gaze. "That's impossible," he whispered, as his fingers traced the contours of the map. The parchment showed the entire Wicklow region, but with strange markings and symbols she had never seen before. In one corner was an inscription in Old Gaelic. Sean smiled, his eyes shining with ancient wisdom. "Your grandmother always believed in the stories of leprechauns. She said they guarded not just gold, but far more valuable secrets. This map, she says, reveals the location of their treasures during the spring equinox." Siobhan frowned skeptically. "Sean, you can't be serious. Leprechauns are just fairy tales." But your grandmother would say that fairy tales are the oldest truths we know," Sean replied, heading for the door. "The equinox is in 3 days. Maybe it's time you found out for yourself what's real and what's just history." After Sean left, Siobhan spent hours studying the map by candlelight. The markings seemed to indicate specific locations on the green hills surrounding Wicklow. The more she looked, the more convinced she became that there was something different about that parchment. The lines actually seemed to change subtly, as if the map were alive. That night, lying on her small bed in the room above the workshop, Siobhan couldn't sleep. The sound of rain against the old tiles mixed with his restless thoughts. The threat of losing the workshop, his family's legacy, weighed on his chest like a stone. If there really was a chance, no matter how absurd it seemed. The next morning, she woke up with a decision made. He put on his sturdiest hiking boots, grabbed his old backpack, and began preparing supplies. If there was even a chance to save the workshop, she needed to try. Your grandmother always said that magic finds those who are willing to believe in it. While organizing her belongings, Siobhan noticed something strange. Words began to appear on the map, as if written by an invisible hand. The first treasure reveals itself to those who have the courage to take the first step. But be careful. Not all gold that glitters brings happiness. It was at that moment that she heard a musical laugh, almost like the tinkling of bells, coming from somewhere near the window. When he turned to look, he saw only a quick flash of green disappearing between the trees in the garden. Her heart quickened, and for the first time since receiving the map, Siobhan allowed herself to believe that maybe, just maybe, the stories her grandmother told her weren't just stories. With the map safely tucked away in her backpack, she locked the workshop and looked one last time at her grandmother's portrait. The enigmatic smile now seemed to contain a secret that was about to be revealed. Siobhan adjusted her backpack on her shoulders and began walking towards the green hills that stretched beyond the village. The clouds began to dissipate, revealing an intense blue sky. The air was thick with the scent of the wildflowers that dotted the fields, and a gentle breeze seemed to whisper ancient stories into her ears. Her journey was just beginning, and she had no idea of the challenges and wonders that awaited her. Siobhan followed the map's directions, which took her to a region known as Fairy Valley, a place where local stories said magical creatures used to gather. The morning sun illuminated the green hills, creating dancing shadows among the ancient trees that seemed to hold centuries-old secrets. As he walked, he noticed that the markings on the map began to glow more brightly. One in particular, located next to a circle of mushrooms, pulsed with an emerald light. Her grandmother always talked about mushroom circles, or fairy circles, as they were known, saying they were portals to the magical world. Well, if I'm going to believe in leprechauns, why not in magic circles? She muttered to herself, cautiously approaching the place. As he got closer, he noticed something unusual. In the center of the circle, there was a small stone table with 3 objects: a miniature golden harp, a 4-leaf clover preserved in amber, and an ancient gold coin. Next to the objects was a plaque with an inscription in Old Gaelic. Siobhan took out her notebook, where she had written down some basic translations that her grandmother had taught her. After a few minutes of deciphering, he read aloud, 3 treasures are before you, but only one is true. Choose badly, and everything will be lost. Choose well, and the path will reveal itself. Music can enchant, lucky clover can give, and gold can buy, but only one can touch the heart. Great. A riddle, Siobhan sighed, sitting down on the grass to think. Her grandmother always said that leprechauns loved games and riddles, testing those who sought their treasures. As she pondered her choice, a memory popped into her mind. Her grandmother, sitting in the workshop's old rocking chair, telling stories about how leprechauns valued skills and honest work more than gold. The true treasure, she said, is in the hands that create, the heart that gives, and the soul that preserves the ancient traditions. With that memory in mind, Siobhan looked at the three objects again. The harp represented music, one of the oldest ways of preserving stories and traditions. The shamrock was a symbol of luck, but also of connection to the land and its traditions. And the coin, well, the coin was just gold. After a few moments of reflection, Siobhan reached out and picked up the golden harp. The instant his fingers touched the instrument, a soft melody began to play, as if played by invisible hands. The mushroom circle began to glow, and a musical voice echoed around it. Wise choice, young artisan. Music, like crafts, is a way of keeping ancient traditions alive. This is just the first of the challenges you will face. Suddenly, the shamrock and coin disappeared in a flash of green light, and the harp in his hands turned into a golden key. On the map, new words began to form, revealing the location of the next treasure. Wasn't the gold you were looking for? Asked a mischievous voice behind her. Siobhan quickly turned around, only to see a small man, dressed in green, no bigger than a child, sitting on a nearby tree stump. I am looking for a way to save my family's workshop, she replied hesitantly. The leprechaun smiled, his eyes shining with ancient wisdom. But there are many ways to save something, young Siobhan. Not all of them involve gold. Before she could respond, he disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only the echo of his musical laughter in the air. Where he was sitting, there was now a small green velvet bag. Inside the bag, Siobhan found golden threads that seemed to glow with their own light. A note accompanied the gift, to weave old stories into new patterns. As she packed the threads into her backpack, Siobhan began to understand that this journey would be much more than a simple search for treasure. It was a journey of rediscovery, not only of the leprechaun's secrets, but also of his own family's legacy. With the golden key in one hand and the map in the other, she observed the new directions that had appeared. The next marked location was in an ancient forest known as the Whispering Wood, famous for its centuries-old trees and stories of travelers hearing ancient voices among their branches. The sun began to sink below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of orange and pink. Siobhan knew she would need to find a place to camp soon, but something on the map caught her attention. The lines leading to the Whispering Woods seemed brighter in the evening. Perhaps some treasures can only be found in the dark, he murmured, remembering another of his grandmother's maxims. Adjusting her backpack on her shoulders and holding the golden key tightly, she began to walk towards the ancient forest as the first stars began to dot the Irish sky. The wind whispered through the trees, bringing with it promises of more mysteries and challenges. But now, with her first victory achieved, and the understanding that not all treasure is made of gold, Siobhan felt more prepared for what was to come. The leprechaun's words echoed in her mind, along with her grandmother's stories, guiding her on her journey across the magical fields of Ireland. The Whispering Woods turned out to be more mysterious than Siobhan imagined. The silver moonlight filtered through the branches of the ancient trees, creating dancing patterns on the mossy ground. The golden threads on his backpack seemed to emit a soft glow, as if responding to the magic of the place. Following the directions on the map, which now shone more brightly in the darkness, Shuan arrived at a clearing where three ancient trees formed a perfect triangle. Their shells were marked with ancient symbols that seemed to tell forgotten stories. Trees hold memories older than time itself, whispered a familiar voice. It was the same leprechaun from Fairy Valley, now sitting on a low branch, swinging, his legs covered in striped socks. What should I do here? Siobhan asked, holding tightly to the golden key she had won in the first challenge. The answers are in the patterns, he replied, pointing to the wires in his backpack. Your grandmother Margaret was a weaver of stories, as much as fabric. She knew that every stitch, every knot, every interlacing tells a story. Siobhan took the golden threads out of her backpack, and as she held them, she noticed that they seemed to want to move on their own, as if they knew exactly where they should go. Approaching the first tree, he noticed small natural hooks formed in the knots of the wood. With deft fingers, she began weaving the threads between the three trees, letting her years of experience with crafts guide her. As he weaved, a story began to form in the air around him, like a memory coming to life. He saw his grandmother, young and full of life, working in the workshop. The sewing machines sang beneath her expert fingers, and the fabric flowed like water. But what was most impressive was how she transformed simple scraps into works of art, each piece telling a different story of the rich Irish tradition. Your grandmother understood something precious, said the leprechaun, observing the pattern forming between the trees. She knew that the true value is not in the final product, but in the process of creation, in the stories woven together with the threads. As she worked, Siobhan began to understand. Each piece that her grandmother created carried a little magic, not the magic of leprechauns, but the magic of love for the craft, of dedication to traditions, of respect for the artisanal process. The pattern that emerged between the trees was complex and beautiful, reminiscent of ancient Celtic designs. When the last thread was woven together, the entire design began to glow with golden light, and the trees seemed to whisper ancient songs. The stories your grandmother wove live on, said the leprechaun, now standing beside her. They live on in the pieces she created, the skills she passed on to you, and in the hearts of those who value true craftsmanship. Suddenly, the woven pattern began to transform, the golden threads interweaving differently until they formed a miniature loom, perfectly detailed and shining like the stars. This is the loom of memories, the leprechaun explained. With it, you can weave not only fabrics, but also stories and memories. It is one of the leprechaun's most precious treasures, as it helps us keep ancient traditions alive. Siobhan picked up the small loom reverently, feeling its comforting warmth in her hands. On the map, new lines began to form, revealing the path to the next challenge. But how can this help save the workshop? She asked, still uncertain. The leprechaun smiled mysteriously. Sometimes, to move forward, we first need to look back. The stories your grandmother wove are more valuable than you know. Before she could ask any more questions, he disappeared in a flash of green light, leaving only the echo of his laughter in the night air. But this time, Siobhan didn't feel alone. The loom of memories in his hands pulsed gently like a small, glowing heart. Consulting the map, he saw that his next destination was a place called Lake of Reflections, where the waters were said to be so clear that they showed not only the outer reflection, but also the deepest desires of the heart. The night wore on, but Siobhan barely felt tired. Each step on her journey revealed more about her grandmother's true legacy and the real meaning of value and tradition. With the loom of memories safely in her backpack, along with the golden key, she began her walk towards the lake. The night wind carried with it fragments of ancient music, and the stars seemed to twinkle in a secret code that only those connoisseurs of ancient mysteries could understand. Siobhan realized that she was beginning to see her world with new eyes, the eyes of someone who finally understood that the magic wasn't just in the stories, but in the way those stories connected people and preserved traditions through the ages. The Lake of Reflections appeared before Siobhan like a perfect mirror beneath the starry sky. The crystal clear waters not only reflected the crescent moon, but seemed to contain mysterious depths that went beyond the physical. As he approached the shore, the loom of memories in his backpack began to vibrate gently, as if responding to the presence of an ancient magic. The waters show what needs to be seen, not necessarily what we want to see, said a female voice behind her. Turning around, Siobhan found a different leprechaun than before. This one wore an emerald green dress and had silver hair that looked like it was woven from moonlight. Did you know my grandmother? Siobhan asked, noticing how the little creature's eyes held the same gentle wisdom she saw in Margaret's portrait. Oh, yes, Margaret was one of the few humans who truly understood the magic of craftsmanship. She didn't just create beautiful pieces, she preserved stories in every stitch, in every seam, replied the leprechaun, approaching the water. On impulse, Siobhan took the loom of memories out of her backpack and held it over the lake. The small object began to glow more brightly, and the waters churned in circular patterns. Suddenly, images began to form on the surface of the lake. He saw his grandmother, young again, sitting in the workshop. But this time, the vision was different. Margaret wasn't just sewing, she was telling stories to a group of local children as she worked. Each piece he created seemed to come to life with the stories, and the children's eyes shone with delight. Your grandmother didn't just sell clothes, the leprechaun explained. She sold experiences, memories, connections to ancient traditions. Every customer who entered her store left not just with a piece of clothing, but with a piece of Irish history. The waters changed again, showing clients over the years, brides wearing dresses that told love stories through delicate embroidery, children in coats decorated with patterns that represented ancient legends, shawls that carried blessings woven into their threads. But how can I recreate that? Asked Siobhan, her voice shaking with emotion. People today want fast, cheap clothes. The leprechaun smiled, her eyes twinkling. Not all. there are those who still value the meaning behind things. The loom of memories can help you see the stories that need to be told and woven today. Siobhan dipped her hand into the crystal clear waters of the lake, and the moment her fingers touched the surface, a wave of understanding hit her. She saw possibilities she had never considered before. Clothes that told modern stories while honoring ancient traditions. Pieces that connected people to their roots in new and meaningful ways. But there's still something missing, said the leprechaun, taking a small crystal vial from his pocket. These are waters of reflection. When added to the fabrics you create with the loom of memories, they will allow others to see the stories woven into the pieces. As Siobhan held the bottle, she noticed that the water inside seemed to contain little dancing stars. The map in his backpack glowed again, revealing the location of the last challenge, the circle of ancient stones, a place where the veil between the worlds was said to be thinnest. Remember, said the leprechaun as he began to disappear like morning mist. The true value of something is not in its price, but in the stories it carries and the connections it creates. Siobhan carefully stored the vial along with her other magical treasures. The sky began to lighten on the horizon, announcing the approach of dawn. The equinox was coming, and with it, his last challenge. As she walked towards the circle of stones, Siobhan began to understand that each challenge was not only giving her magical tools, but also revealing truths about her grandmother's legacy and the true meaning of craftsmanship. The workshop didn't need to compete with department stores. It needed to offer something they never could: living stories, breathing traditions through each piece created. In her mind, ideas began to form, workshops where people could learn not just to sew, but to weave their own stories, personalized pieces that carried deep meanings for those who wore them, a way to keep traditions alive while creating new ones. The rising sun painted the sky with shades of pink and gold, and in the distance, the ancient stones of the circle began to materialize in the morning mist. Siobhan knew her last challenge would be her most important, not just to save the workshop, but to fully understand her role as keeper of the stories her grandmother had begun to weave so long ago. The first light of dawn touched the ancient stones of the circle, making them shine as if they were made of crystal. Siobhan approached reverently, her magical treasures, the golden key, the loom of memories, and the vial of the waters of reflection, pulsing gently in her backpack. The air was thick with anticipation, and she could feel that she was about to discover the true purpose of her journey. In the center of the circle, he found an ancient, life-size loom, apparently as old as the stones themselves. Its wood, darkened by time, seemed to contain centuries-old stories. At his side stood the leprechaun he had encountered first, along with the silver-haired leprechaun, and now a third, an old man with a long white beard and eyes that seemed to contain all the wisdom of Ireland. "Welcome to the end of your journey, Siobhan O'Sullivan," said the old man, his voice resounding like ancient music. "You have collected the three treasures, but the true test is yet to come." Siobhan took her treasures out of her backpack, and the moment she placed them next to the ancient loom, something extraordinary happened. The golden key began to rotate in the air, inserting itself into an invisible lock. The loom of memories expanded until it reached the size of the ancient loom, merging with it, and the waters of reflection began to shine like a million shooting stars. Now, said the silver-haired leprechaun, you must weave a single piece that contains all the stories you discovered on your journey. But remember, it's not just about what you saw, but about what you learned. With shaking but determined hands, Siobhan sat down at the transformed loom. As he began to work, memories flowed through his fingers as if they were the threads themselves. His grandmother telling stories in the workshop, the customers who became family over the years, the traditions that ran deeper than the blood in his veins. The loom began to sing beneath his hands, an ancient song that seemed to come from the earth itself. The threads she wove glowed with their own light, and each movement created patterns that told stories. She wove the green of the Irish fields, the glow of the moon over the lake of reflections, the ancient wisdom of the trees of the whispering wood. As he worked, a crowd began to form around the stone circle. First just a few people from the village, then more and more. Siobhan barely noticed, completely absorbed in her work. The waters of reflection mixed with the threads, making every part of the fabric glow with vivid memories. Look, someone from the crowd exclaimed. The stories. We can see them. And it was true. In the fabric that Siobhan created, people could see their own stories reflected. Weddings, births, moments of joy and sadness, all intertwined with the ancient legends of Ireland. The loom sang louder now, and the ancient stones seemed to pulse in tune. When the last thread was woven, Siobhan walked away, exhausted but amazed. Before her was a shawl that seemed to contain the entire night sky, each star a different story, each constellation a precious moment preserved in time. You understand, said the elder leprechaun, smiling. The real treasure was never the gold. It was the ability to see and preserve the stories that connect us, that make us who we are. The crowd around the circle had grown even larger. Siobhan recognized familiar faces, old workshop customers, neighbors, friends. Everyone looked in wonder at the shawl she had created. And more than that, they began to share their own stories with each other. I want a dress that tells the story of my wedding, said one young bride. My daughter is having a baby, said another woman. I want something special for the little one, something that preserves our traditions. Sean, the old bookseller, approached with tears in his eyes. Your grandmother would be so proud, Siobhan. You didn't just save the workshop. You brought back something we were missing, our connection to the stories that make us who we are. The three leprechauns smiled in approval. The magic loom is yours now, said the silver-haired leprechaun. Use it wisely to continue weaving old stories into new patterns. But remember, added the first leprechaun with a mischievous smile, the true magic is not in the loom, but in your hands and in your heart. In the weeks that followed, the O'Sullivan's workshop gained new life. Siobhan not only created unique pieces that told stories through her magical fabrics, but she also began teaching others to see the stories in their own crafts. The workshop became a place where ancient traditions met new dreams, where each piece created carried a little of the magic she had discovered on her journey. The bank never threatened to take over the building again. In fact, there was a months-long waiting list for Siobhan's special creations. But more important than financial success was seeing how each person who entered the workshop left not just with a piece of clothing, but with a story to call their own. At night, when she closed the workshop, Siobhan would sometimes take the shawl she had created in the stone circle and wrap it around her shoulders. The stories woven into it still glowed softly, reminding her of her journey and the lessons she had learned. In the portrait on the wall, her grandmother Margaret was still smiling, but now Siobhan completely understood that enigmatic smile. It was the smile of someone who knew that true magic lies in the stories we choose to preserve and share. And sometimes, on the quietest nights, when the moon was high in the sky, she could swear she heard musical laughter coming from the garden and glimpsed little flickers of green among the flowers. Gentle reminders that magic, like the best stories, never really ends, just keeps turning into new patterns, waiting to be discovered by those who still believe. The city lights twinkled like fallen stars through the night fog as Arya watched from the top of a skyscraper. Her long silver hair danced in the wind, and her unearthly green eyes reflected centuries of experience, carrying the burden of being a banshee. For millennia, her sisters and she had served as messengers of death, a role she never questioned until that night. The cell phone in her pocket vibrated, a modernization that still made her smile wryly. How had an ancient mystical creature adapted so well to the digital age? The message was clear. Marcus Sullivan, 28 years old, Terminal 4 of the International Airport, expected to die at 11:47 p.m. It was his duty to show up, let his lament echo through the halls, and watch as yet another life was extinguished. But something was different this time. Maybe it was the years of watching humanity evolve. Or maybe it was the tiredness of being forever associated with tragedy. Arya couldn't stop thinking about all the lives she'd seen erased, all the screams of pain and despair she'd witnessed. He descended from the building like a shadow, his feet barely touching the ground as he moved among the night passers-by. No one noticed her. It was one of the advantages of her condition. He could walk among the living like a ghost, invisible until the moment his scream needed to be heard. At the airport, he found Marcus easily. He was sitting alone in one of the chairs in the waiting area, working on his laptop. He looked young and full of life, completely oblivious to the fate that awaited him in less than an hour. Arya approached silently, studying him. He was an attractive man, with kind eyes and an easy smile as he exchanged messages with someone. His phone vibrated again. This time, it was a warning. Interference prohibited. Remain within protocol. It was the Order of Banshees, the ancient guardians of the laws that governed their existence. They always knew when one of their sisters started to question her role. Marcus got up to buy a coffee, and Arya followed him. In line at the coffee shop, he was chatting animatedly with the barista about his upcoming trip to visit his younger sister, who had just had her first child. He would be an uncle for the first time, and his eyes sparkled as he talked about the gifts he had bought for the baby. It was at that moment that Arya felt something break inside her. How could I simply watch as death stole yet another precious moment of human connection? His hands shook as another warning arrived on his phone. Last warning, Stay on protocol. The minutes passed, and Arya felt the weight of centuries of tradition pressing down on her shoulders. He saw Marcus finishing his coffee, checking the time, preparing to head to the boarding gate. 23:30. The moment was approaching. That's when he noticed the small detail that would seal Marcus's fate, his untied shoelace. Within 15 minutes, he would trip next to the escalator, hit his head at a specific angle against the metal railing, and that would be it. A banal accident, like so many others I had witnessed. Arya felt her chest tighten. For the first time in his eternal existence, he didn't want to scream. I didn't want to be the messenger of death. I wanted to be something different, something more. 23:40, 7 minutes until the fatal moment. Marcus put his laptop in his backpack and started walking towards his destination. Arya could feel the pressure of the Order of Banshees, the weight of millennia of tradition, the responsibility of maintaining balance between the worlds. But she also felt something new growing inside her: rebellion, questioning, the need to do things differently. Why should they just be messengers? Why couldn't they interfere, change, save? 23:45. 2 minutes. Marcus was approaching the escalator. Arya could see the future unfolding like a movie in her mind. The stumble, the fall, the fatal impact. His throat began to tingle, preparing for the scream that would announce yet another death. It was then that she did something no banshee had done in thousands of years. She became visible. "Your shoelace is untied," he said softly, his melodious voice carrying a tone of urgency that made Marcus stop instantly. Time seemed to freeze. Marcus looked down, smiled gratefully, and bent down to tie his shoelaces. The fatal moment passed. Destiny was changed, and Arya felt the world tremble slightly beneath her feet. At the same moment, he felt the presence of his banshee's sisters manifesting themselves around him, invisible but furious. The air became thick with her disapproval, and Arya knew she had crossed a line from which there was no return. He had defied the oldest laws of his species, and the consequences would be severe. Marcus continued on his way, alive and oblivious to the supernatural drama unfolding around him. Arya stood still, watching him walk away, feeling the weight of her decision and the ripples of change it had unleashed into the fabric of reality. His phone vibrated one last time. The message was different now. Council convened. Your presence is requested. Arya put the device away, knowing she had started something much bigger than simple disobedience. A revolution had begun in the very concept of destiny and free will. As the airport continued its nightly routine, Arya contemplated the path she had chosen. It wouldn't be easy, but for the first time in his long existence, he felt like he was doing something truly meaningful. The world would change, and she would be the catalyst for that change. Arya felt the air around her grow thicker as she walked through the ancient halls of the Council of Banshees, an ethereal place hidden between dimensions. The black marble walls seemed to pulse with ancient energy, and his sister's whispers echoed like a dark symphony. Her decision to save Marcus had triggered exactly the reaction she had expected: outrage and indignation among the ancients. The great council hall opened before her, an imposing circular chamber where 12 ancient banshees the oldest of their kind, waited on obsidian thrones. His eyes glowed with unearthly colors, and his silver hair floated as if submerged in water. Arya, the voice of Morgana, the leader of the council, reverberated through the hall. You broke our most sacred code. You interfered with the natural course of death. Do you realize the gravity of your actions? Standing firm, Arya faced the accusing gazes. I am fully aware, Elder Morgana, but I question, why should we just be passive observers? The world has changed. Humanity has evolved. Why do we remain stagnant? A murmur of disapproval ran through the room. Siobhan, another elder known for her strictness, stood up. Our role is to maintain balance. Each life has its own time. By saving this mortal, you may have triggered consequences that you cannot even imagine. Or perhaps it opened our eyes to possibilities we refused to see. A soft voice spoke up. It was Lyra, the youngest of the elders, known for her progressive views. For centuries, I have watched as we have become mere spectators of tragedy. Perhaps Arya is showing us a new path. The debate heated up in the hall. Some banshees defended tradition fervently, while others, especially younger ones, showed curiosity about the possibilities for change. Arya remained silent, watching as her small rebellion had torn the council in half. Silence, Morgana ordered, her voice carrying the weight of millennia. Arya, do you understand that your actions have consequences? The death you prevented needs to be balanced. The universe demands balance. It was then that Arya felt it. A disturbance in the web of destiny. His phone buzzed with a new notification. Imbalance detected. Multiple deaths imminent. Location, Central Hospital. His heart froze as he realized the implications. See what you did? Siobhan accused. By saving one life, he condemned others. Death always takes its toll. Arya did not wait for the trial to continue. He materialized instantly at the Central Hospital, where chaos ensued. A fire had started in the emergency ward, and panic spread through the corridors. He could feel death approaching multiple lives simultaneously as she moved through the hospital, invisible among doctors and panicked patients. Arya noticed something different. Other banshees were beginning to appear. They were his younger sisters, the ones who had shown sympathy for his cause in the council. They had also decided to break the rules. We can't let this happen, said Fiona, a red-haired banshee who had always secretly admired Arya's courage. If we are going to change, let it be now. Together, they began to act. They became visible momentarily to guide people to emergency exits, whispered life-saving warnings, moved objects to create escape paths. Every little interference was an affront to the old laws, but also an affirmation of a new purpose. The air was thick with smoke and screams when Arya found a nurse trying to evacuate the pediatric ward. Without hesitation, he made himself visible and helped carry children to safety. In the process, he saw his reflection in a window. His eyes, once green, now glowed with a golden hue, a physical change that reflected his inner transformation. The council elders appeared at the hospital, their imposing presences filled with fury and disapproval. But something unexpected happened. Upon seeing their younger sisters actively saving lives, some of them hesitated. Lyra was the first to join the rescue effort, followed by others who began to question centuries of tradition. When the last person was removed from the burning hospital, Arya found herself face to face with Morgana again. The old woman watched her with a complex expression, mixing disapproval and a hint of reluctant admiration. "You started something that cannot be undone," Morgana declared. "The balance between life and death, which we have maintained for millennia, is changing." Arya nodded, feeling the weight and release of her actions. "Maybe it's time for us to evolve, to be more than messengers of death. We can be guardians of balance in a different way." A group of her sisters gathered around her, both young and old, united by the transformative experience of that night. The old world of the banshees was changing, and there was no turning back. The question now was, where would they go from there? As fire engine sirens echoed in the distance and smoke cleared into the night sky, Arya looked at her sisters and saw not only allies in their rebellion, but partners in a new journey. Destiny and free will had become intertwined in a unique way, and they were at the center of this transformation. The consequences of Arya's rebellion spread like ripples on a still lake, affecting not only the world of banshees, but also the delicate balance between life and death. In the days following the hospital incident, a new system began to emerge, with banshees young and old working together to redefine their role in the modern world. Arya walked through the halls of the Isha's new transition center, a space created between dimensions where banshees now gathered to discuss specific cases. The place blended the council's ancient architecture with contemporary elements. Holographic screens displayed information about future events, while ancient tapestries told the story of their species. "We have a complex situation," announced Lyra, now coordinator of the new selective intervention program. "A train accident is predicted for tomorrow. 57 lives at risk." Arya studied the holographic projections that showed multiple possible scenarios. Her sisters had discovered that by intervening strategically, they could minimize losses without causing catastrophic imbalances like the hospital incident. "The challenge will be to maintain balance," pondered Fiona, who had become one of the group's main strategists. "We can't save everyone, but we can reduce the impact." As they discussed the possibilities, Arya noticed a familiar presence. Marcus Sullivan, the man she had saved at the airport, appeared on one of the screens. Her act of saving him had created a sort of invisible connection, allowing her to monitor him occasionally. He was on the train destined for the accident. "That's interesting," observed Morgana, who had accepted an advisory role in the new order. "The man who started all this change is once again at the center of a critical event. Maybe it's no coincidence." Arya felt a tightness in her chest. There was something bigger at work, a web of interconnected destinies that she was just beginning to understand. "We need a new approach," he declared. "We can't just choose who lives or dies. We need to understand the larger pattern." Using a combination of modern technology and ancient banshee magic, they began to map the connections between the train's passengers. Marcus, they discovered, was traveling with a group of medical researchers on their way to an important conference. Their research could save thousands of lives in the future. "Look at this." Lyra pointed to a series of golden lines that connected different points in the projection. Each life on the train is linked to dozens of others. It's like a web of possibilities. The younger banshees began to propose different intervention strategies, while the older banshees contributed their centuries old wisdom about the patterns of death. It was a unique fusion of innovation and tradition that had never been attempted before. We can use our visibility selectively, Fiona suggested. Only show up to key people who can make a difference. Arya agreed, but something still bothered her. He approached one of the screens, studying Marcus's face. Since saving him, he had noticed subtle changes in his own nature. His golden eyes weren't the only transformation. He was developing a deeper understanding of the connections between human lives. "There's something we're not seeing," he murmured, touching the holographic image. The instant his fingers met the light, a wave of energy swept through the room. The projections shook, and for a moment, all the banshees present saw something extraordinary. A complete web of fates, not just of the train's passengers, but of all the lives connected to them. "Impressive," Morgana whispered, her ancient eyes widening at the revelation. "Our abilities are evolving. We are no longer just messengers of death. We are becoming guardians of the very fabric of destiny." The discovery brought a new perspective to his mission. It wasn't just about saving lives or maintaining balance. It was about understanding and guiding the natural flow of events in a more harmonious way. With this new understanding, they developed a plan for the train accident. Rather than trying to prevent the tragedy altogether, they would work to redirect it in a way that preserves the most crucial connections and minimizes the impact on the webs of fate. "We need to split into groups," Arya organized the teams. "Some of us will appear as regular passengers, others will work behind the scenes. We need to be subtle, but effective." As they prepared for the intervention, Arya couldn't help but think about how her impulsive decision to save a single life had triggered such a profound transformation in her species. The banshees were becoming something new, something that combined their old purpose with a deeper understanding of the complexity of life. "Are you ready?" Lyra asked, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Tomorrow will be a crucial test of our new path." Arya nodded, watching her sisters prepare, each of them carrying a unique blend of determination and hope. "We are writing a new chapter in our history," he replied. "And this time, we won't just be observers." The night wore on as they refined their plans, each banshee contributing their unique abilities to the mission that awaited them. The fate of the train and its passengers was in their hands, but they now understood that it wasn't about simply avoiding death. It was about finding the perfect balance between destiny and possibility. The morning of the predicted accident arrived with palpable tension in the air. Strategically spread throughout the train, the banshees occupied different positions, some visible as ordinary passengers, others invisible, monitoring every detail. Arya watched Marcus through the carriage window, sitting a few rows away, engrossed in his laptop as he reviewed his presentation for the medical conference. The plan they had developed was complex and required perfect synchronization. Each banshee had a specific role, and Arya coordinated everything through a newly discovered telepathic connection. Yet another of the transformations her species had been experiencing since the initial rebellion. First phase underway, Fiona communicated mentally, disguised as a railway employee. She had managed to make subtle changes to the train's control system, gradually reducing its speed in a way that not even the operators themselves would notice. Lyra, in turn, was positioned a few kilometers ahead, where the accident was expected to happen. Their task was to manipulate environmental elements that could minimize the impact of the inevitable collision. The ancients had taught that some deaths could not be completely avoided without causing greater imbalances. The art was in shaping them in such a way as to preserve as many vital connections as possible. As the train moved forward, Arya felt more and more clearly the web of destinies that connected the passengers. It was like a visual symphony of intertwining golden lines, each representing possibilities and potential futures. Marcus, in particular, shined as a crucial node in this web. His research into cell regeneration was destined to save countless lives. Anomaly detected. Morgana's voice echoed in everyone's minds. The Ancient One was monitoring the currents of fate from an ethereal vantage point. The pattern is changing in unexpected ways. Arya felt it before she saw it. A new line of possibility forming, bright and insistent. A small child, no more than 5 years old, had just entered the carriage with his mother. The girl was carrying a small stuffed bear, and for some reason, its presence drastically altered all the calculations they had made. She shouldn't be here, Lyra whispered through the connection. This child, she has a different destiny. Important. The banshees began to quickly recalculate their positions and strategies. The girl's presence had introduced a variable that made his original plan dangerously unstable. Arya watched as the lines of fate twisted and rearranged themselves, forming new patterns that demanded an immediate response. We have to adapt, Arya decided, her mental voice carrying authority. Fiona, redirect more power to the braking system. Lyra, I need you to strengthen the protective barriers on the third car. Time seemed to move differently as they worked, each banshee adjusting their part of the plan in real time. The former rigidity of their rules had given way to a flexibility that allowed them to respond to changing fates with grace and precision. It was then that Arya noticed something extraordinary. Marcus had made eye contact with the teddy bear girl and was smiling gently at her. At that moment, a new golden connection formed between them, so bright it almost dazzled. The revelation hit Arya like a bolt of lightning. It wasn't just about saving individual lives. It was about protecting the moments that created those crucial connections. The point of impact is approaching, Morgana warned. 40 seconds. Arya stood up, moving determinedly down the hallway. He was momentarily visible to whisper a warning to the train driver, who instinctively applied the emergency brakes. At the same time, other banshees worked together, subtly guiding passengers to safer positions through small suggestions and seemingly natural coincidences. 10 seconds. Morgana's countdown echoed in their minds. The impact, when it came, was significantly smaller than originally predicted. The train shook violently. Windows shattered and screams filled the carriages. But total catastrophe had been averted. The banshees watched, some visible as passengers or employees helping with relief, others invisible, ensuring that the most important connections were preserved. Marcus, who had instinctively protected the girl from the teddy bear during the impact, now helped her and her mother safely off the train. Arya watched with satisfaction as that simple action further strengthened the golden connection between them, a connection that she now realized would have ramifications for decades to come. The balance has been maintained, Morgana declared, her voice carrying a mixture of relief and admiration, and in a way we never imagined possible. As rescue teams arrived at the scene, the banshees gathered invisibly to assess the results. There were losses. Some were inevitable, but the number of lives preserved and, more importantly, the number of crucial connections maintained exceeded their most optimistic expectations. This is just the beginning, Lyra reflected, watching as the lines of fate continued to adjust and evolve around them. We are learning to work with destiny, not just observe it, Arya nodded, her golden eyes fixed on Marcus, who was now talking to paramedics, still holding the little girl's hand while her mother received care. That unexpected connection between them was living proof that destiny was more flexible and richer in possibilities than the banshees had ever imagined. The sun was beginning to set when the last victims were removed from the crash site. The banshees prepared to leave, each carrying with them new understandings of their role in the great fabric of existence. They were no longer just messengers of death, nor simply saviors of lives. They had become something more complex and deeper, guardians of the connections that gave meaning to life itself. The weeks following the train incident brought profound changes to the world of the banshees. The transition center had transformed into a vibrant place of activity where old traditions merged harmoniously with new discoveries. Arya, watching her sister's constant movement through the hallways, realized that her little rebellion had grown into something much bigger than she had ever imagined. On a particularly busy morning, Lyra arrived with intriguing news. The little girl on the train, who they discovered was called Sophie, had developed a unique sensitivity. She could see the banshees even when they were invisible. More than that, she seemed to instinctively understand the golden connections that bound people together. It's like she's a bridge between our worlds, Lyra explained, projecting holographic images that showed Sophie interacting with the Fate, lines in a similar way to the banshees. And it's not the only one. We're finding more humans with similar abilities. Arya wasn't entirely surprised. Since they began to interfere more actively in the fabric of destiny, they had noticed subtle changes in human consciousness. Marcus, for example, although he could not see the banshees clearly, had developed an extraordinary intuition for critical moments. The veil between our worlds is becoming thinner, observed Morgana, who had become a respected mentor in the New Order. Maybe it's a natural part of evolution, both theirs and ours. The Transition Center now housed a new wing dedicated to the study of these emerging connections. Younger banshees worked side by side with the older ones, developing ways to train and guide sentient humans like Sophie. It was delicate work that required a perfect balance between revelation and protection. During one of these study sessions, Arya received an alert on her phone, a different notification than the old impending death messages. It was a complex pattern of connections forming, centered on a local hospital. Interestingly, both Marcus and Sophie were involved. We need To look into this, Arya decided, gathering a small team that included Fiona and Lyra. Upon arriving at the hospital, they found an extraordinary scene. Marcus was presenting the results of his research into cell regeneration, and Sophie, who was there for a routine checkup, had inexplicably wandered into the conference room. The golden lines of fate danced around them with an intensity Arya had never witnessed. Marcus's research, unconsciously influenced by his experience on the train, had taken an unexpected direction. He was developing a treatment that combined conventional medicine with an almost intuitive understanding of the human body. It's like he's tapped into something bigger, Fiona whispered, watching the connections intertwine. Something that has always been there, but that we are only now beginning to understand. Sophie, sitting quietly in the back of the room, drew patterns in her notebook that strikingly resembled the webs of fate that the banshees could see. Her stuffed bear, the same one from the day of the accident, rested on her lap like a kind of anchor between worlds. It was at that moment that Arya fully understood the impact of her initial decision to save Marcus. It hadn't just been about saving a life. It had been about initiating a fundamental transformation in the way worlds interacted. The banshees were no longer just observers or interveners. They were facilitators of natural evolution. We need to expand the center, declared Arya during an emergency council meeting. It's no longer just about managing death or saving lives. It's about nurturing these new connections, this growing understanding between worlds. The elders, who had previously resisted the change, were now its most ardent supporters. They saw how the ancient wisdom of the banshees could be applied in new ways, how they could help humanity develop a deeper understanding of life, death, and the infinite possibilities in between. The work was challenging and often unpredictable. Each new connection that was formed, each human that developed special sensitivities, brought with it unique questions that needed to be carefully considered. But the banshees had learned to embrace uncertainty, to see change as opportunities for growth. On a quiet afternoon, Arya found Sophie in the hospital garden, where the girl often went after her therapy sessions. She was drawing again, and her drawings showed a surprising understanding of the connections that tied all things together. You see them too, don't you? Sophie asked, without looking up from her drawing. The golden lines that connect people. Arya smiled, sitting down next to her. Yes, I see. And you're helping other people see it too, in your own way. The transformation that had begun with an act of rebellion was now blossoming into something much greater. The banshees had found a new purpose, not abandoning their ancestral role, but expanding it to encompass a deeper understanding of life and its infinite possibilities. The sun was setting on the horizon, painting the sky with shades of gold that resembled the lines of destiny. Arya watched as Marcus walked out of the hospital after another day of research, as Sophie waved to him with her stuffed bear, as the connections between them sparkled with endless possibilities. The world was changing, and the banshees were changing with it, guiding and being guided by a new understanding of the balance between destiny and free will. It was the beginning of a new era, not just for the banshees, but for all beings that inhabited the different planes of existence. And Arya, watching all this unfold, knew her journey was just beginning. The sky above the Peruvian Andes Mountains turned red that night, not from the usual spectacle of the sunset, but from the reflection of the smoking bowels of the Kispi volcano, which had been sleeping its millennial sleep for centuries. In the small village of Wilcapampa, nestled on the slopes of the sacred mountain, Maya Kuntur experienced the first contractions of labor as the ground beneath her feet shook with each new mountain breath. "It's a sign from the gods," murmured the old midwife, Mamaquila, her wrinkled hands preparing the medicinal herbs as she watched through the window of the small adobe house at the spectacle of light and fire unfolding in the sky. Maya's husband, Tupac, a man of few words and much wisdom, held his wife's hand tightly, his dark eyes reflecting the red glow that invaded the room through the only window. The contractions increased, along with the intensity of the eruption, as if mother and mountain were connected in an ancient dance. The baby was born exactly as the volcano released its most intense column of fire into the sky, its first cry mixing with the roar of the earth. To the surprise of everyone present, the little girl did not cry like the other babies. Instead, her eyes immediately opened, revealing irises of intense gold, like glowing embers. "Nina," Maya whispered, naming her daughter with the Quechua word for fire. Mama Quilla examined the child with special attention, noticing the small, flame-shaped mark on his right shoulder. "This child is a chosen one," the old woman declared, her voice filled with reverence and concern. The mountain spirits marked it as their own. The years passed quickly in Wilcapampa, and Nina grew up as a child unlike the others. While her friends played with straw dolls and played hopscotch in the dirt courtyards, she was often found sitting alone on the highest slopes, her golden eyes fixed on the smoking summit of the Kispi, as if listening to a song only she could hear. At 10 years old, Nina already knew every stone and every trail on the sacred mountain. Her father, worried about her obsession with the volcano, tried to keep her busy with chores on the family farm, where they raised llamas and grew potatoes and quinoa on the ancestral terraces. But even as he worked, his eyes always found their way to the snow-capped peak that dominated the landscape. It was during a seemingly ordinary afternoon that Nina had her first vision. As he fed the llamas in the high field, the world around him seemed to disappear, replaced by images of burning tunnels beneath the mountain and an ancient, evil presence stirring in the depths. When she came to, she was kneeling on the ground, her hands clutching the earth as if seeking balance. That night, he summoned the courage to tell Mama Quilla about his vision. The old healer listened attentively, her wrinkled hands brewing tea from sacred leaves as Nina described what she had seen. The ancients spoke of an evil being imprisoned in the heart of the mountain by the first shamans, Mama Quilla explained, her voice low and gravelly. "Maybe that's why you were born during the eruption, little Nina. The mountain chose you as its guardian." The old woman's words aroused both fear and fascination in Nina. Over the next few weeks, the visions became more frequent and more vivid. She began to feel the heat of the mountain as if it were her own blood coursing through her veins. And sometimes, when she touched the volcanic stones, she could see fragments of the past, ancient rituals, forgotten battles, and secrets buried beneath layers of time and rock. Tupac watched his daughter with increasing concern, noticing how she seemed increasingly distant from the world of men and more connected to the mysteries of the mountain. Maya, on the other hand, found comfort in ancient stories that told of children chosen by spirits, believing that her daughter's destiny, although different, was sacred. One day, as Nina helped with the harvest, the sky suddenly darkened, not with rain clouds, but with an unnatural shadow that seemed to emanate from the volcano itself. Cattle began to stir in the fields, and a hot, sulphurous wind descended from the heights, carrying with it a low, ominous sound, like the snoring of a sleeping beast. Nina sensed the danger before anyone else could understand it. Her flame-like mark began to burn, and through her golden eyes, she saw what others could not: ancient shadows moving in the bowels of the earth, mystical currents unraveling, and something terrible and powerful beginning to awaken from its age-old slumber. "It's beginning," she murmured, her words filled with a knowledge beyond her young years. Mama Quila, who was nearby gathering medicinal herbs, heard the comment and observed the girl's face carefully. In Nina's golden eyes, the old healer saw the reflection of an ancient battle that was about to resume, and knew that the fire child's true journey was just beginning. The ground shook gently beneath her feet, a gentle warning of what was to come, and Nina felt, for the first time with complete clarity, the weight of the destiny the mountain had chosen for her. In his mind, visions of the past and omens of the future blended like colors on a loom, weaving the tapestry of a story that had begun on the night of his birth and now demanded its continuation. In the days that followed, unrest gripped Wilcapampa. The gentle tremors became more frequent, and the cattle remained restless, refusing to graze on the higher slopes of the mountain. Nina spent more and more time observing Kispi, feeling the subtle changes within her as if they were her own emotions. Mama Quila began to instruct Nina in ancient knowledge, passing on secrets kept by generations of healers. During the afternoons, while they gathered medicinal herbs, the elderly woman taught the girl about the mystical properties of plants and told stories about the first shamans who had imprisoned the ancient threat in the heart of the mountain. "Our ancestors were powerful," Mama Quila explained, her skilled hands separating coca leaves. "They understood the language of earth and fire, and they used this knowledge to protect our people." Nina absorbed every word, realizing that the stories that once seemed like distant legends now took on a new meaning in her life. One night, while the whole village was sleeping, Nina woke up scared. His room was bathed in a red light that came from no visible source. The mark on his shoulder pulsed with intense heat, and in his mind, chaotic images formed. Ancient tunnels beneath the mountain, symbols carved into volcanic stone, and an evil presence that stirred closer and closer to the surface. Without making a sound, Nina left her house and began to climb the mountain. Her bare feet naturally found the safest paths, as if the earth itself was guiding her. The higher I climbed, the stronger the connection with the volcano became. The air around her seemed to vibrate with an ancient energy, and small flames danced around her hands without burning her. Halfway there, she met Mama Quila, who seemed to be waiting for her. "The spirits warned me you would come," said the old woman, her eyes shining in the darkness. It's time for you to know the secrets that have been hidden for so long. Together, they continued the climb until they reached an almost invisible entrance in the rock. Mama Quila lit a torch and led Nina through a narrow tunnel that spiraled down into the mountain. The walls were covered in ancient paintings that seemed to come to life in the flickering torchlight, telling stories of battles between forces of good and evil. This is the way of the ancestors, Mama Quila explained. Here, the first shamans performed their rituals and kept their most sacred knowledge. Nina touched the walls reverently and was immediately flooded with visions of the past. Men and women in ceremonial robes, dancing around sacred fires, channeling the power of the volcano to keep the ancient threat sealed. They came to a circular chamber where the air was surprisingly warm. In the center, a circle of black stones formed an altar, and above it, the ceiling of the cave opened into a natural crevice that allowed one to see the night sky. Nina felt a powerful force emanating from the place, as if the stones themselves were pulsing with magical energy. It was here, said Mama Quila, her voice echoing in the chamber, that the first shamans performed the binding ritual. They sacrificed their own lives to create mystical seals that keep the ancient creature contained within the depths. The old woman paused, her eyes fixed on Nina, and this is where you must learn to strengthen these seals, as they are weakening. Nina sat in the center of the stone circle, and immediately felt a deep connection to the mountain. He could feel the magma flowing in the depths, the crystals slowly growing in the dark caverns, and most disturbingly, the ancient presence that stirred increasingly restlessly in its prison. Mama Quila began to teach Nina the sacred chants, words in a language older than Quechua itself, which resonated with power from the cave walls. As they sang together, small blue flames began to dance around the circle of stones, and Nina felt her own power grow, merging with the ancient energy of the place. The hours passed like minutes on that magical night, and when they finally emerged from the cave, the sky began to lighten on the horizon. Nina felt different, as if something inside her had completely awakened. Her power was no longer just a passive connection to the volcano, but something she could actively control and direct. In the days that followed, Nina divided her time between farm chores and Mama Quila's secret teachings. He learned to read the mountain signs, to interpret the prophetic dreams that now came more frequently, and to channel the power of sacred fire through ancient rituals. Tupac and Maya noticed the changes in their daughter. The dreamy girl was transforming into a young woman with a defined purpose. Although he still maintained his gentle nature, there was now an inner strength that was impossible to ignore, especially when his golden eyes shone with the reflection of ancient knowledge. However, not everyone in the village welcomed the changes in Nina. Some of the more conservative elders began to mutter about the dangers of awakening ancient powers, and some families kept their children away from her, fearing that her holy mark was some kind of curse. Nina felt the weight of these suspicious looks, but found comfort in Mama Quila's words. Fear always accompanies great changes. Little one, our people have forgotten much of their own history, but soon they will understand why you were chosen. One afternoon, while practicing her rituals in the sacred cave, Nina had her clearest vision yet. she saw the ancient creature in all its terrible magnitude, a being made of shadows and corrupted fire, fighting against the mystical chains that kept him trapped. He also saw that he only had until the next full moon before the ancient seals began to break completely. Time was running out, and Nina knew she would need all her strength and knowledge to face what was coming. The battle that the first shamans had fought millennia ago was about to begin again, and this time, Wilcapampa's fate rested on the shoulders of a girl marked by sacred fire. The next morning brought with it an unsettling silence in Wilcapampa. The birds, which normally filled the air with their morning songs, remained silent, as if sensing the change in the atmosphere. Nina woke up before sunrise, her mark burning with an intensity she had never experienced before. When she left the house, she found Mama Quila already waiting for her in the backyard, her wrinkled face marked by a serious expression. "The signals are getting stronger," said the old woman, pointing to the top of Kispi, where a column of dark smoke rose against the still dark sky. During breakfast, Tupac watched his daughter with growing concern. He had noticed the changes in her, not just the brighter glow in her golden eyes, but also the way she seemed to carry an invisible weight on her young shoulders. Maya, preparing quinoa on the clay stove, silently shared her husband's apprehension. "Nina," Tupac called, finally breaking the silence. "Your mother and I have noticed that something is different. Maybe it's time to tell us what's really going on." His voice was gentle but firm, carrying the paternal authority that Nina had always respected. The girl exchanged a look with Mama Quila, who nodded slightly. It was time for truth. Nina began to tell about her visions, about the ancient threat that was awakening in the depths of the mountain, and about her role as chosen guardian. As he spoke, small flames unconsciously danced around his fingers, illustrating his point unmistakably. Maya dropped the spoon she was holding, but not out of fear. Her eyes shone with a mixture of pride and concern. Tupac remained silent for several minutes, processing his daughter's words. "So the ancient rituals, the stories my grandfather told, it's all true," he muttered, more to himself than to the others. At that moment, a tremor stronger than the previous ones shook the house, making pans clank on their hooks and dust fall from the ceiling beams. Nina felt a sharp pang in her chest, as if something deep within the mountain had moved violently. "We don't have much time," declared Mama Quila, standing up. "Nina needs to complete her training before the next full moon." The elderly woman explained to Nina's parents that the girl would need to spend the next few days in spiritual retreat in the sacred cave, learning the last secrets needed to strengthen the mystical seals. Although reluctant, Tupac and Maya understood the gravity of the situation. That same afternoon, Nina left for the mountain with Mama Quila, carrying only the essentials and her parents' blessings. The climb was different this time. Each step felt purposeful, each breath closer to the destination that awaited. In the sacred cave, Mama Quila began to teach Nina the deepest rituals. The girl learned to channel the power of fire not only through her body, but also through the earth itself. He discovered how to read the energy currents that flowed beneath the mountain and how to strengthen them with his own life force. The days turned into a blur of intense learning. Nina practiced the ancient chants until her throat was hoarse, meditated for hours before the stone altar, and gradually began to understand the true nature of her power. It wasn't just about controlling fire, it was about maintaining balance between the forces of nature. During one of these training sessions, Nina had her most disturbing vision yet. He clearly saw the ancient creature, a being made of corrupted shadows and flames, with eyes that looked like pools of liquid darkness. But this time, the vision showed more. It saw how the creature had originally been a guardian of the mountain, corrupted by its own thirst for power, transformed into something that threatened not just Wilcapampa, but the entire known world. What you have seen is the true story of Amarun, the Eater of Light, Mamaquila explained as Nina shared her vision. He was one of the first guardians, chosen by the mountain, just like you. But he wanted more power than he should have, and his ambition turned him into something monstrous. This revelation hit Nina deeply. She understood that her destiny wasn't just about power or protection, it was about choices, about staying true to the true purpose of her gift. The lessons became even more intense after this, with Mama Quilla emphasizing not only the control of power, but also the importance of wisdom in its use. As the full moon approached, the signs of Amarun's awakening became more evident. More frequent tremors shook the mountain, and at night, strange lights could be seen dancing around Kispi's summit. Residents of Wilcapampa began to notice something was wrong, and fear began to spread throughout the community. It was during one of these restless nights that Nina made a crucial discovery. As he meditated in the circle of stones, he realized that the ancient symbols engraved on the cave walls were not just decorative, they were part of a map showing the exact points where mystical seals had been placed by the first shamans. With this crucial discovery of the symbols on the cave wall, Nina and Mama Quilla spent the next few hours deciphering the ancient map. Each mark revealed not only the location of the mystical seals, but also the energetic keys needed to strengthen them. It was precious knowledge that had been lost over time, preserved only in the walls of the sacred cave. There are 5 main seals, Mama Quilla explained, her wrinkled fingers tracing the symbols on the wall. Each represents an element of nature and must be renewed in a specific order. Nina watched intently, feeling the ancient power pulse through the marks etched into the stone. The first seal was located in a deep crevice near the base of the mountain, representing connection to the earth. The second, in a sacred waterfall that descended from the Kispi, symbolized water. The third was at the highest point of the mountain, where the winds were strongest. The fourth seal was found in a cave that contained ancient crystals, representing the spirit. And the last, most important, was in the very heart of the volcano, symbolizing the sacred fire. Nina knew she couldn't strengthen all the seals alone. She would need the community's help. But how to convince people who had begun to fear her? The answer came from an unexpected source. During a particularly restless night, when the tremors were most intense, a group of villagers, led by Tupac, climbed up to the sacred cave. "We came to offer our help," Tupac said, his firm voice echoing off the cave walls. "The elders have finally recognized the signs. The ancient stories are alive in our memories, and we know we must unite to protect our land. Nina's heart was filled with hope as she saw familiar faces among the visitors, neighbors, childhood friends, even some of those who had previously avoided her. Mama Quilla smiled, satisfied. The mountain spirits are bringing us together, she said, just as it was in ancient times. With the full moon quickly approaching, preparations for the seal strengthening ritual began. The community organized itself into groups, each responsible for a different aspect of the ceremony. Some collected sacred herbs, others prepared traditional offerings, while the older ones taught the younger people the ancient songs. Maya led a group of women who wove ceremonial cloaks with symbols of protection. Their skilled hands wove colorful threads with silent prayers, creating patterns that told the story of the mountain and its people. Nina received a special cloak, black as night and embroidered with golden threads that resembled tongues of fire. Meanwhile, the mountain's tremors intensified. During a particularly tense afternoon, Nina felt a different disturbance. Something was trying to communicate with her through the volcano. In deep meditation, she managed to distinguish an ancient voice, not that of Amarun, but that of the mountain spirit itself. The voice did not use words, but transmitted images and sensations. Nina saw how the Kispi had been a place of balance for millennia, how Amarun had been corrupted, and how her imprisonment, although necessary, had created a disharmony that needed to be corrected. The real challenge would not just be renewing the seals, but restoring the lost balance. With this understanding, Nina began to modify plans for the ritual. It wouldn't be enough to simply strengthen the old prisons. They would need to create a new type of seal, one that not only contained Amarun, but also offered a chance at redemption. It was a bold thought, and when she shared her idea with Mama Quilla, the old woman was silent for a long moment. "It's dangerous," the healer finally said, "but you're right. True power lies not in domination, but in transformation." From that moment on, preparations took on a new dimension. In addition to protection rituals, they included elements of healing and renewal. On the eve of the full moon, an atmosphere of expectation hung over Wilcapampa. The air was charged with energy, and even those without mystical sensitivity could sense that something extraordinary was about to happen. Nina spent the day fasting and meditating, connecting deeply with the power of the mountain. At night, the community gathered around the entrance to the sacred cave. Dressed in their ceremonial robes and carrying torches, they formed a circle as Mama Quilla led the opening prayers. The wind was blowing with unusual force, carrying the smell of sulfur from the depths of the volcano. Nina stood in the center of the circle, her black cloak billowing like wings of fire in the torchlight. His golden eyes glowed with an unearthly intensity, and the mark on his shoulder pulsed visibly through the fabric. As she began to sing the ancient verses, her voice seemed to carry the power of generations of guardians. The ritual would need to begin exactly at midnight, when the full moon was at its highest point in the sky. As the minutes passed, Nina could feel Amarun stirring in the depths, as if he knew his fate was about to be decided. The coming battle would not just be physical or magical, it would be a fight for the soul of the mountain itself. As the pivotal moment approached, Nina looked at the faces around her, her family, her friends, her community. He saw in them not just fear or expectation, but a collective strength that transcended generations. She was not alone on this journey, and this understanding gave her a confidence that no training could provide. The first chime of midnight echoed across the valley, and Nina knew the time had come. The fate of Wilcapampa, the Kispi, and Amarun was about to be decided, and she was ready to face whatever came from the depths of the sacred mountain. The first stroke of midnight echoed across the valley, and Nina began the ritual with an ancient song that seemed to come from the very depths of the earth. The circle's participants responded in unison, their voices blending with the wind that was blowing stronger and stronger around the mountain. Nina started moving towards the first seal, near the base of the mountain. The group followed in solemn procession, their torches creating a river of light that snaked down the hillside. As they reached the crack where the first seal was, Nina could feel the ancient energy pulsing through the rock. Positioning herself over the earth seal, she began the strengthening ritual, but this time incorporating the elements of transformation she had discovered. Her hands touched the ground, and through that contact, she could feel the deep roots of the mountain, the energy currents that flowed like underground rivers. The second seal, in the sacred waterfall, presented a different challenge. The water, normally crystal clear, was cloudy and emanated an unnatural heat. Nina dipped her hands into the churning stream and was instantly flooded with visions of the past, saw how the water had been used not only to imprison, but also to purify. As they worked on each seal, Amarun's presence became more tangible. More intense tremors shook the mountain, and strange lights danced in the air around them. In the third seal, where the winds were strongest, Nina had to struggle to stay upright while channeling her power through the air element. It was in the fourth seal, in the cave of crystals, that the first true test took place. As Nina began the ritual, a dark energy erupted from the crystals, attempting to corrupt the strengthening process. But she was prepared. Using the knowledge that Mama Quilla had imparted to him, he transformed the negative energy into light, redirecting it to strengthen the previous seals. The last and most crucial seal waited in the heart of the volcano. The path there was dangerous, with toxic vapors and unstable rocks. Only Nina, Mama Quilla, and a small group of the strongest continued the climb, while the rest of the community maintained protective corners at the base of the mountain. When they finally reached the central chamber, where the last seal was located, Nina felt Amarun's presence stronger than ever. The air was thick with magical energy, and the cave walls pulsed with an ominous red glow. "He's trying to break free," Mama Quilla warned, her voice tense with urgency. Nina could see the ancient mystical chains that bound Amarun beginning to unravel, like threads of light fraying under great pressure. It was at this critical moment that Nina fully understood what she needed to do. It was not enough to simply renew the prisons. It was necessary to establish a new type of connection. Positioning herself in the center of the seal, she began a different chant, older than the others. Words that seemed to come directly from the heart of the mountain. As he chanted, his power grew until his entire body glowed with golden light. Through this light, she could see Amarun clearly, not only his current corrupted form, but also what he had been before, a noble guardian, a protector of the mountain. Nina extended her consciousness towards the entity, not with the intention of subduing, but of understanding. You were chosen once too, she spoke in her mind. You loved this mountain too. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, an ancient and powerful voice responded, filled with anger and pain accumulated over millennia. Nina felt the weight of all that bitterness, but she didn't back down. Instead, she opened her heart even further, sharing her own connection to the mountain, her understanding of the true meaning of being a guardian. The battle that followed was not physical, but spiritual. Nina fought not to destroy Amarun, but to reach that part of him that still remembered his original purpose. Meanwhile, Mama Quila and the others maintained the circle of protection, their voices never failing, even as the cave shook violently around them. Deep within the mountain, something began to change. Amarun's corrupted energy began to transform, not through force, but through understanding. Nina felt the exact moment the change began, like a dissonant note, finally finding harmony. With one last effort of power and will, Nina completed the new seal. This time, it was not a prison, but a balancing bond. Amarun was no longer imprisoned, but neither was he free to wreak havoc. Instead, his energy was once again intertwined with that of the mountain, as it should have been from the beginning. The silence that followed was deep and meaningful. The tremor stopped, and the heavy air dissipated. Through her renewed connection with the volcano, Nina could feel a new harmony establishing itself, as if the mountain itself was breathing a sigh of relief. Exhausted but satisfied, Nina looked at Mama Quila, who was smiling with tears in her eyes. You have done something the ancient shamans never managed, said the old woman. You didn't just contain the darkness, you turned it into light. When they finally descended the mountain, they were greeted with joy and reverence by the community. Sunrise found the residents of Wilcapampa celebrating not only their survival, but also a new understanding of their connection to the sacred mountain. In the days that followed, Nina continued her work as a guardian, but in a different way. Now, she was not alone in her mission. The entire community participated in protecting the Kispi, each contributing in their own way to maintain the balance that had been restored. The mark on his shoulder still glowed, but now it was no longer a symbol of a lonely destiny, but a reminder of the power of transformation and the importance of ancient wisdom. The fire child had truly become a guardian of the mountain, not through force, but through understanding and healing. And on clear nights, when the moon illuminated the summit of Kispi, some said they could see a golden light dancing around the mountain, no longer a sign of danger, but a reminder of the sacred balance that had been restored, and of the girl who had learned that true power lies not in dominating, but in transforming. The sun was setting on the horizon of ancient Persia, dyeing the sky with shades of amber and crimson, when Rumi, a young poet of 25 years old, discovered the first sign of the simorg. It was a golden quill, shining like liquid fire, resting on an ancient parchment in his modest library. Rumi's heart quickened as he realized that this was no ordinary event. The feather emanated a soft, pulsing heat, as if it were still connected to its divine origin. For years, Rumi dedicated his life to the study of ancient scriptures and mystical poetry, seeking to understand the secrets of the universe through the words of the masters who preceded him. His small house near Isfahan, filled with dusty manuscripts and parchments, was his refuge from the outside world. There, among the words of the wise men, he found peace and purpose. That night, while holding the mysterious feather between her trembling fingers, Rumi remembered the stories that her grandmother Layla used to tell about the simorg, the majestic phoenix that guarded the secrets of immortality. According to legend, the creature inhabited the top of Kaf Mountain, beyond the 7 valleys of truth, and only those with a pure heart and determined spirit could find it. When Simorg calls you, my dear, said Layla, her eyes shining with ancient wisdom, do not hesitate to follow her call, for she is the guardian of divine mysteries, and your encounter can transform not only your life, but your very essence. Now, years after her grandmother's departure, Rumi found herself facing a calling she couldn't ignore. The feather in his hands wasn't just a sign, it was an invitation to a journey that promised to reveal the secrets he sought so much in his studies. The next morning, while preparing for his journey, Rumi received an unexpected visitor. Zahra, a young herbalist known for her wisdom about the region's medicinal plants, knocked on his door. Her green eyes, as deep as jade, carried an urgency that he had never seen before. I also received a sign, she said, revealing a feather identical to the one Rumi had found. The city's elders are restless. They say that when the Simorg sends out 2 simultaneous calls, great changes are coming. Rumi watched Zara curiously. I only knew her by sight, from her market days when she sold her herbs and healing potions. His presence there, at that precise moment, could not be a mere coincidence. The ancient scriptures tell of the journey through the 7 valleys, Zara continued, her fingers stroking the golden feather. Each valley represents a test, a truth to be discovered. Maybe we should take this journey together. Before Rumi could respond, a sudden wind invaded the room, making the scrolls dance in the air. The 2 golden feathers rose on their own, floating gracefully before pointing north toward the distant mountains where, according to legend, the first valley began. The poet felt a shiver run down his spine. In all his years of study, he had never witnessed anything so extraordinary. The magic that had always inhabited the pages of his books now manifested itself before his eyes, real and tangible. The signs are clear, Zara murmured, her voice barely containing the emotion. Simorg calls us to a journey that must be shared. Rumi knew she was right. Ancient prophecies often spoke about the importance of balance between the masculine and the feminine, between the written word and the wisdom of nature, between the knowledge of books and the intuition of the heart. In the days that followed, they prepared for the journey. Zara gathered medicinal herbs, provisions, and ancient maps that marked the sacred paths through the mountains. Rumi carefully selected manuscripts that could guide them, texts that spoke about the challenges of each valley and the truths they held. News of his imminent departure quickly spread throughout the city. Some called them crazy for following mystical signs in search of a legendary creature. Others, especially the elderly, said silent prayers for their journey, recognizing echoes of ancient prophecies in the mission. On the eve of their departure, an old dervish came to them. His name was Karim, and his eyes, although blinded by age, seemed to see beyond the material world. The journey you are about to undertake, he said, his voice thick with wisdom, is not just a search for the simorg, it is a journey to the center of your own souls. The dervish presented them with an ancient talisman, a bronze disc with inscriptions in a long forgotten language. This amulet belonged to a traveler who came closer to the simorg than anyone else in 1,000 years, he explained. He will protect you in your darkest moments. When the day of departure finally arrived, the sun had not yet risen. Rumi and Zara met at the city gates, each carrying only the essentials for the journey: the golden feathers, now stored in small crystal vials, shone with a light of their own, like small captured stars. "Are you ready?" Zara asked, adjusting the herb pouch on her shoulder. Rumi looked one last time at the city that had always been his home, at the minarets that rose against the dark sky, at the silent streets where he had spent his entire life. "Yes," he replied, feeling a deep certainty in his heart. "I'm ready." And so, under the cover of dawn, poet and herbalist began their journey towards the first valley, unaware that their steps would take them not only through unknown lands, but also through the deepest corners of their own souls. As they advanced, the feathers in their vials pulsed with an increasingly intense light, as if responding to a call only they could hear. On the horizon, the first lights of dawn began to color the sky, promising a new day and the beginning of an adventure that would change their lives forever. The first valley awaited them, holding secrets and challenges that would test not only their courage, but also the very nature of their faith and understanding of the divine. The first ray of sunlight found Rumi and Zara already far from the city, their silhouettes silhouetted against the mountainous horizon. The path leading to the first valley, known as the Search Valley, wound between arid hills and ancient, gnarled olive trees. The dervish Karim's talisman hung from Rumi's neck, its bronze surface occasionally gleaming with golden reflections. The scriptures say that the Valley of Search is where we must abandon our certainties, commented Rumi, consulting one of the manuscripts he had brought. "Here, say the ancients, even the ground beneath our feet may prove illusory." Zara nodded, her eyes intent on the path ahead. "My herbalist masters always said that the most powerful plants grow in the most unlikely places. Maybe that's the way it is with the truth too." As they advanced, the landscape began to subtly change. The olive trees gave way to trees neither of them had ever seen. Their trunks seemed to be made of frosted crystal, and their leaves changed color with every breath of wind. The air grew thicker, filled with unfamiliar scents that made your head spin. "Something is different," muttered Zara, stopping to examine a strange flower growing among the rocks. Its petals were transparent like water, but in its center pulsed a light similar to that of the simorg's feathers. At this moment, the feathers in their crystal vials began to vibrate more intensely. The golden glow became almost blinding, and a pleasant warmth emanated from them. Rumi felt the talisman in his chest respond, warming itself against his skin. "Look!" exclaimed Zara, pointing to the horizon, where once there had been only mountains. Now stood an ethereal structure, an immense arch that seemed to be made of golden mist, marking the official entrance to the first valley. They approached cautiously. As they approached the arch, their perceptions began to change. Distant sounds reached his ears, ancient melodies, sung in forgotten languages, whispers of conversations that seemed to come from centuries past. "The manuscripts mention it," Rumi said, his voice trembling with emotion. "In the valley of the quest, time does not flow as we know it. Here, past and present intertwine, and we must learn to see beyond appearances." As they crossed the arch, a dizzying sensation enveloped them. The world around them seemed to fold in on itself, colors and shapes mixing together like a giant kaleidoscope. When the vertigo passed, they found themselves in an impossible garden. Ice flowers grew beside flaming cacti, and crystal birds flew between trees whose fruits were shooting stars. "How will we know which way to go?" Zara asked, observing the multiple paths that opened up before them, each one more tempting than the last. Before Rumi could respond, a figure emerged from behind one of the crystalline trees, an ancient woman whose robes seemed to be woven from the sunlight itself. His face was familiar and strange at the same time, as if it were made up of every face that had ever existed. "You seek simorg," she said, her voice echoing like music. "But first, they must learn to see with the eyes of the soul." The old woman approached, gently touching the talisman on Rumi's chest. "This path cannot be found through logic or maps. Every step must be guided by the heart. How can we trust our hearts when everything around us seems unreal?" Zara questioned. An enigmatic smile lit up the old woman's face. "It is precisely when everything seems unreal that we must trust our hearts the most. The reality you know is just a thin layer on the infinite ocean of truth." With those words, she dissolved into a cloud of golden butterflies that dispersed throughout the impossible garden. Rumi and Zara remained silent for a moment, absorbing the magnitude of what they had just witnessed. The feathers in their vials pulsed again, this time in a rhythm that resembled a heartbeat. Instinctively, they both understood that they should follow that pulse, letting the resonance between their hearts and the sacred relics guide them. They chose a path that wound between crystal flowers and dancing shadows. As they advanced, they realized that the garden responded to their moods. When doubts arose, the path became cloudier. When faith grew stronger, soft lights illuminated their steps. "It's as if the valley itself is testing us," observed Rumi, as he helped Zara cross a stream whose waters flowed upwards. "Every choice we make shapes the path ahead of us." Zara picked some of the strange flowers they found, carefully storing them in her bag. "These plants, they seem to contain properties that defy everything I've learned. It's as if nature itself here operates according to different laws. The day, if they could still call time that in that place, advanced in a non-linear way. Sometimes the sun seemed to move backwards in the sky, and the shadows danced in impossible directions. But guided by the pulsation of the feathers and the heat of the talisman, they kept moving. In a particularly challenging moment, when the path seemed to split into 1,000 different directions, Rumi remembered her grandmother Layla's words. The truth lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. He shared this thought with Zara, who smiled in understanding. Perhaps the true test of the Valley of the Quest is not finding the right path, but accepting that all paths are part of the same journey. The wisdom of these words seemed to reverberate throughout the entire valley. The multiple paths began to converge, merging into a single path that glowed with a soft, inviting light. Ahead, they could see the outline of another arch, this one made of a material that seemed to absorb and reflect light simultaneously. The portal to the second valley, Rumi whispered, recognizing the symbols described in his manuscripts. As they approached the new portal, they both felt that something had changed within them. The Valley of the Quest had transformed them in subtle but profound ways. The certainties they carried upon entering had dissolved, replaced by a deeper understanding of the fluid nature of reality. As they passed through the portal to the second valley, known as the Valley of Love, Rumi and Zara felt an immediate change in the atmosphere. The air became lighter, filled with sweet fragrances reminiscent of jasmine and amber. The simorg's feathers in their vials now emanated a rosy glow, pulsing in a rhythm that made their hearts race. The Valley of Love, murmured Rumi, consulting his notes, is where masks fall and true natures reveal themselves. The scenery around them had completely transformed. Where once there was the impossible garden of the first valley, now stretched a dreamlike landscape of gentle hills covered in a carpet of flowers that changed color according to your emotions. Little orbs of light floated in the air, like fireflies made from the aurora borealis. Zara approached one of the flowers, her hand tentatively outstretched. These plants, they respond to our feelings. See? When his fingers touched a petal, the flower emitted a soft melody, and all the surrounding flowers began to resonate in harmony. As they advanced through the valley, they realized that the path became increasingly challenging, not because of physical obstacles, but because of manifestations of their own deepest fears and desires. Spectral images began to form in the air, faces of people they had left behind, moments of their lives that held regret. The ancient scriptures warn against this, said Rumi, his voice trembling slightly. The Valley of Love forces us to confront not only the love we feel for others, but also the love we deny ourselves. Before them, the air shivered and a familiar figure materialized. Rumi's grandmother, Layla, exactly as he remembered her in her final days. His eyes shone with the same wisdom they always had, but there was something different, an ethereal quality that made it clear this was just a manifestation of the valley. My dear grandson, the image spoke, its voice echoing like distant music. You have always sought the truth in books, but you forgot to look for it in your own heart. Zara watched the scene with compassion as her own visions began to form. Faces of patience she had failed to save, moments of doubt in her journey as an herbalist. The valley seemed determined to make them face every hesitation, every moment of weakness they had buried in their hearts. The talisman on Rumi's chest heated intensely, and the feathers in its vials glowed with renewed strength. A sudden realization hit them. These visions weren't just tests, they were opportunities for healing. We need to accept these parts of ourselves, Zara said, reaching for Rumi's hand. True love begins with forgiveness. Together, they began to cross the field of vision, each step forcing them to confront a new facet of their stories. The flowers beneath her feet continued their symphony, now in deeper, more resonant tones, as if they were singing an ancient, healing song. In one particularly intense moment, they found themselves in a circle of floating mirrors, each reflecting a different version of themselves, past, present, and possible futures. The valley seemed to want to show them that true love transcends time and appearances. It's fascinating, Rumi observed, her eyes wide in wonder, how each reflection tells a different story, but they are all equally true. Zara nodded, studying her own reflections. Like the plants I use in my potions, each has its own nature, but they are all part of the same universal medicine. As they advanced deeper into the valley, the connection between them grew stronger. It wasn't just physical closeness or sharing an extraordinary journey. It was something deeper, a mutual understanding that transcended words. The valley responded to this development. The flowers at his feet began to intertwine their stems, forming complex patterns reminiscent of ancient Persian scriptures. The spheres of light in the air danced in increasingly elaborate patterns, as if celebrating each new understanding they reached. In a moment of clarity, Rumi understood that the Valley of Love was not just about romantic feelings or personal relationships. It was about the fundamental connection between all things, the divine love that permeates all creation. It's as if every beat of our hearts is part of a larger song, he said, his words echoing with new wisdom. Every breath, every thought, every moment of doubt or certainty, it's all part of the same cosmic dance. Zara smiled, recognizing the truth in his words. The ancient teachers always said that true healing comes from love, not just the love we give to others, but the love we allow to flow through us. The valley seemed to respond to this understanding, the air around them filled with tiny golden particles that danced like shooting stars. The simorg's feathers in their vials now pulsed in perfect synchrony, their glow more intense than ever. As they approached what appeared to be the end of the second valley, they realized that they had been transformed not only individually, but in their connection to one another. What had begun as a partnership of necessity had transformed into something deeper, an alliance of souls that transcended the limitations of the physical world. The portal to the third valley began to materialize before them, an arch made of what appeared to be liquid light, its edges constantly shifting and flowing. The flowers at his feet leaned toward the portal, as if pointing the way. "Are we ready?" Zara asked, her eyes reflecting the magical glow of the valley. Rumi gently squeezed his hand, feeling the warmth of the talisman on his chest. "Together," he replied, "we are ready for any challenge that awaits us." And so, transformed by the Valley of Love, poet and herbalist prepared to face the next stage of their journey, knowing that each step brought them closer not only to the mysterious simorg, but also to a deeper truth about themselves and the nature of the divine love they sought to understand. As they entered the third valley, known as the Valley of Knowledge, the atmosphere around Rumi and Zara transformed drastically. The air became thick with luminous symbols that fluttered like leaves in the wind, each containing fragments of ancient wisdom in languages long forgotten. The light emanating from the simorg's feathers now had a deep bluish hue, and the talisman on Rumi's chest vibrated with a different frequency, as if trying to tune in to the mysteries that surrounded them. This valley, whispered Rumi, his eyes wide at the magnificence of the setting, is where knowledge transcends books and becomes living experience. Before them, an infinite library materialized. Its shelves stretched to the horizon and beyond, some floating in the air, others plunging into unseen depths. Books were not ordinary physical objects, but rather living manifestations of knowledge that pulsed with their own light. Zara approached one of the shelves, her fingers lightly brushing a tome that seemed to be made of crystallized light. It's incredible. I can feel knowledge flowing through touch. These are secrets of nature that I never imagined existed. As they explored the valley, they discovered that each step revealed new levels of understanding, the experiences of the previous valleys, the dissolution of certainties in the valley of search, and the opening of the heart in the valley of love, now merged into a deeper synthesis. Suddenly, the air around them began to condense into recognizable shapes. Masters and sages from all ages appeared, each offering glimpses of their discoveries and insights. Among them, Rumi recognized faces from the texts he had studied for years. One of these masters, a man with robes of light and eyes that seemed to contain entire galaxies, addressed them. True knowledge is not in the words we read or the formulas we memorize. It is in the ability to see unity in all diversity. As he spoke, the environment around them transformed. The shelves of the infinite library began to unfold like cosmic origami, revealing patterns that connected all existing knowledge. Rumi and Zara saw how every discovery, every insight, every moment of understanding was inextricably linked to all the others. It's like a sacred web, Zara observed in wonder. Each strand of knowledge supports and is supported by all the others. My herbs, your poems, they are just different expressions of the same fundamental truth. The simorg feathers in their vials began to pulse more intensely, and the talisman emitted a glow that harmonized with the patterns of knowledge around them. It was as if the artifacts were helping them tune in to the deeper frequency of the valley. As they advanced, they found themselves in a natural amphitheater where the stars themselves seemed to descend to share their secrets. Each constellation told a different story, but they were all part of a larger narrative that encompassed all of existence. I see now, said Rumi, his voice charged with newfound understanding, that every word I wrote, every poem I composed, was but a distant echo of this greater truth that surrounds us. Zahra nodded, her hands busy gathering what appeared to be solidified plant-shaped light. And every herb I picked, every cure I discovered, was a reflection of this divine pattern that permeates everything. The Valley of Knowledge didn't just reveal information, it transformed the very nature of how Rumi and Zara perceived reality. The barriers between observer and observed, between knower and known, began to dissolve. In a particularly profound moment, they found themselves in front of a mirror that did not reflect their physical forms, but rather the essence of their beings. In reflection, they saw how their individual journeys were part of a larger pattern, a pattern that extended far beyond their personal existences. True knowledge, echoed the voice of the galactic-eyed master, is recognizing that we are both the drop and the ocean, both the word and the silence that contains it. The words reverberated throughout the valley, causing ripples in the very fabric of reality. The luminous symbols in the air began to reorganize themselves, forming increasingly complex patterns that, paradoxically, revealed a fundamental simplicity. As they approached what appeared to be the edge of the third valley, Rumi and Zara realized that the knowledge they had gained could not be expressed in the words or formulas. It was an understanding that resided at a level deeper than language. It's funny, Zara reflected, as she watched the valley's latest transformations, how the more we learn, the more we realize how much there is still to discover. Rumi smiled, recognizing the deep truth in his words. Perhaps that is the true gift of the Valley of Knowledge, not the answers we find, but the ability to marvel at the mystery. The portal to the fourth valley began to materialize before them, this time as a curtain of light that seemed to contain all the knowledge of the universe in a single point. The simorg's feathers glowed with renewed intensity, as if approving of his understanding. Each valley prepares us for the next, Rumi observed, holding Zara's hand, and each understanding brings us a little closer to the mystery of the simorg. Together, they crossed the portal, taking with them not only the knowledge acquired, but a new way of seeing and understanding the world. The fourth valley awaited them, promising to reveal even more layers of the divine mystery that they had set out to unravel. The fourth valley, known as the Valley of Detachment, received Rumi and Zara with a deep and revealing silence. The simorg's feathers in their vials now emitted a silvery, almost translucent light, while the talisman on Rumi's chest had become as light as a feather. The landscape around them was unlike anything they had experienced before, a vast space where reality seemed thinner, like a delicate veil that could dissolve at any moment. The air itself had an ethereal quality, and each breath brought with it feeling of increasing lightness. It's like we're falling apart, Zara whispered, noting how her hands appeared momentarily transparent when held up to the light. Not in a scary way, but like we're freeing ourselves from something. Rumi nodded, understanding. The words in Mabarse, his manuscripts, took on new meaning. The Valley of Detachment is where we abandon not only our material possessions, but also our constructed identities. As they advanced, objects from their past lives began to materialize around them. Rumi's favorite books, Zara's precious herbs. Memories crystallized into physical form. Each item glowed with its own light, inviting and familiar. But there was also something different about its nature. See how beautiful they are, said a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, and how transient they are. The voice belonged to a figure that formed before them, neither male nor female, neither young nor old, a presence that seemed to embody all states of being simultaneously. You have carried so much for so long, the figure continued. Isn't it time to let go? The words reverberated throughout the valley, causing materialized objects to flicker like mirages in the desert. Rumi felt a tightness in his chest as he saw his most beloved manuscripts, years of study and dedication, begin to dissolve into thin air. Zara reached out to her precious herbs, collected over years of practice, only to see them transform into pure light at her touch. It's different than I imagined, she said, her voice soft. It doesn't hurt as much as I thought it would. The figure smiled, a gesture that seemed to light up the entire valley. True letting go is not a loss, but a release. Each thing you let go of makes room for something greater. As they accepted the process of letting go, something extraordinary began to happen. Their bodies seemed to become lighter, more luminous. The experiences of previous valleys, the dissolution of certainties, the awakening of love, the expansion of knowledge, converged in this moment of profound transformation. It's like we are becoming light, Rumi observed, marveling at the transformation. The figure nodded. To find the simorg, you must transcend form. The divine bird dwells not in the realm of matter, but in the realm of pure spirit. The feathers in its vials began to pulse with increasing intensity, and the talisman emitted a glow that seemed to respond to a distant call. The entire valley seemed to vibrate with a new energy, as if it was preparing for a greater revelation. Look, Zara called, pointing to the horizon. A golden light was beginning to form, brighter than anything they had seen before. It was as if the sun itself was rising within the valley. The figure guiding them began to dissolve into particles of light. The last valley awaits you, she said, her voice now just an echo. The valley of unity, where all separations cease to exist. Rumi and Zara looked at each other, their bodies now almost completely translucent. They no longer needed words to communicate. Their beings had become so light and connected that thoughts flowed naturally between them. Together, they walked towards the golden light, their forms becoming more and more ethereal. The simorg's feathers in their vials began to vibrate with such intensity that the crystals dissolved, releasing the sacred relics that now floated freely around them. The talisman on Rumi's chest transformed into pure energy, merging with his being. All the symbols and inscriptions that once decorated its surface now danced in the air like living constellations, revealing secrets that only their transformed hearts could understand. As they approached the final portal, their consciousness expanded to encompass the entire valley. They could feel every particle of light, every vibration of the air, every moment of transformation that had occurred in that sacred space. We're ready, Rumi said, her voice now more thought than sound. We always have been, Zara replied, her essence glowing with divine understanding. The portal to the last valley opened before them, not a physical structure, but an opening into reality itself. Through it, they could glimpse a realm of pure light where all dualities dissolved into a single transcendent truth. The simorg's feathers, now freed from their containers, danced around them in golden spirals, guiding them towards their final transformation. Each step brought them closer not only to the mystical bird they had sought, but to the supreme realization that awaited beyond all forms and names. Thus, Rumi and Zara, no longer limited by their earthly identities, passed through the last portal, their beings, now pure light and consciousness, merged with the radiance of the Valley of Unity, where the true nature of the simorg and all existence was about to reveal itself. The air around them vibrated with a sacred frequency, and time itself seemed to bend before the magnitude of the moment. On the horizon, a majestic form began to materialize, its wings of fire and light stretching across all dimensions of reality. The Cerro Tololo National Observatory, nestled in the Chilean mountains, had been Dr. Helena Santos's temporary home for nearly 3 years. On that particular night, while the other astronomers had retired, she remained glued to the telescope, her brown eyes fixed on the images forming on the computer screen. Something was different in the night sky, something she had never seen before in her 15-year career. That doesn't make sense, she muttered to herself, adjusting her thin-rimmed glasses as she typed furiously on her keyboard. The data it collected showed an unusual pattern of movement between Mars and Jupiter, an anomaly that seemed to snake through the void of space like a cosmic snake. Helena was known for her obstinacy. At the age of 38, he had already published several revolutionary articles on astronomical anomalies, but nothing compared to what he was witnessing. The phenomenon seemed to intensify as the total solar eclipse, scheduled for 3 days from now, approached. A soft sound of footsteps echoed through the observatory corridor. Still awake, Helena? The deep, familiar voice belonged to Dr. Marcus Chen, his longtime colleague and friend. He approached, carrying 2 cups of coffee, and handed one of them to Helena. Marcus, you need to see this, she said, without looking up from the screen. I'm tracking something different. It doesn't look like anything we've documented before. Marcus leaned over the monitor, his Asian eyes narrowing as he analyzed the data. As an expert in celestial mechanics, he was the perfect person to confirm Helena's suspicions. That's interesting. It looks like some kind of gravitational distortion, but the pattern is too regular to be natural. Helena opened a new window on her computer, revealing a series of old images she had been researching. Look at this, she said, pointing to Egyptian hieroglyphics that showed a giant serpent snaking among celestial symbols. It's Apophis, the serpent of chaos in Egyptian mythology. The pattern we're observing is virtually identical. Marcus frowned, ever the skeptic. Helena, you know we can't mix mythology with science. There must be a rational explanation for this. But Helena was already immersed in her research, browsing pages of old texts that she had translated in recent weeks. The Egyptians believed that Apophis would attempt to destroy Ra, the sun god, during a total eclipse. And now, just as we are about to witness one of the rarest eclipses in recent centuries, his phone vibrated, interrupting his thoughts. It was a text message from his former teacher and mentor, Dr. Fatima al-Rahman, a renowned Egyptologist at Cairo University. Helena, we need to talk. It's urgent. Something is happening in the ancient temples. Helena showed the message to Marcus, who sighed deeply. You're not really considering there's a connection, are you? Marcus, in all my years studying the cosmos, I've learned that the universe is much more mysterious than we realize, Helena replied, beginning to gather her equipment. We can't just ignore patterns, just because they don't fit into our current understanding of reality. While organizing her data, Helena received a video call from Fatima. The Egyptologist's wrinkled face seemed tense, her dark eyes filled with concern. Helena, my dear, the hieroglyphs in Edfu Temple, they are glowing, and it is no trick of light or optical illusion. It began exactly when your astronomical phenomenon was detected. Helena felt a shiver run down her spine. The temple of Edfu was dedicated to Horus, the falcon god who, according to mythology, helped Ra in his daily battle against Apophis. Fatima, do you think? I don't know what to think, dear. But the ancient prophecies spoke of signs in the heavens and the earth before the final confrontation, and with the eclipse approaching, Fatima hesitated, as if weighing her next words. I think you need to come to Egypt. Immediately. Marcus, who had overheard the conversation, placed a hand on Helena's shoulder. You're not really thinking about going, are you? We have the eclipse to observe here. Your projects, your responsibilities. Helena looked at the data on her screen, at the cosmic serpent dancing between the planets, and then at Fatima's worried face on the video call. His scientific mind fought the intuition that told him something extraordinary was happening. Marcus, sometimes we need to take unexpected paths to find answers, she said, starting to turn off her equipment. I'm going to Egypt. If there really is a connection between this astronomical phenomenon and the ancient prophecies, I need to find out. Then I'll go with you, Marcus declared, surprising himself and Helena. Someone needs to keep their feet on the ground in science. As they prepared their hasty departure, Helena couldn't shake the feeling that she was about to dive into something much bigger than a simple astronomical anomaly. The snaking pattern in the sky, the glowing hieroglyphs, the impending eclipse, it all seemed part of a cosmic puzzle she was barely beginning to understand. On his computer, the last images captured of the phenomenon showed the serpent moving more quickly, as if it were gaining strength. And somewhere in the Egyptian desert, ancient symbols began to awaken, telling a story that spanned millennia, connecting the mysteries of the past with the enigmas of the present. Helena knew she was about to embark on the most important journey of her life, a quest that could revolutionize not only her understanding of the universe, but also the history of humanity itself. What she didn't yet know was that time was running out, and that the fate of much more than her scientific career could depend on what she discovered in the coming days. The flight to Cairo seemed endless. Helena spent every minute switching between her astronomical data on her laptop and ancient translations of Egyptian texts that Fatima had shared. Beside him, Marcus slept restlessly, occasionally muttering about statistical coincidences in his sleep. Look at this, Helena whispered to herself. Enlarging one of the images on her computer, the snaking pattern he had detected was moving more quickly now, and its trajectory appeared to converge directly with the line of the predicted solar eclipse. A flight attendant approached, offering water. "Ma'am, you will need to turn off your computer for landing," he informed gently. Helena nodded, saving her files. As the plane descended over Cairo, the dawn light painted the sky with shades of pink and orange, creating a spectacle reminiscent of ancient descriptions of Ra's solar boat. At the airport, Fatima was waiting for them, her face marked by anxiety and sleepless nights. He hugged Helena warmly and greeted Marcus with a respectful wave. "Come, we don't have much time. The demonstrations at the temples are intensifying." During the drive to Edfu, Fatima explained that other ancient temples had begun to exhibit similar phenomena. "The hieroglyphs don't just glow, Helena. They seem to change, as if they're telling a story in real time." Marcus, who had remained skeptical until then, frowned. "Physical changes to the hieroglyphics? That's impossible. There must be some rational explanation, perhaps some kind of chemical reaction." "See for yourself," Fatima replied, showing a video on her cell phone. In the images, ancient symbols pulsed with a bluish light, their shapes subtly shifting like a hypnotic dance. Helena connected her laptop to the car's Wi-Fi, checking the latest updates from her colleagues at the observatory. "The phenomenon continues to expand," she reported. "And get this, gravitational perturbations are affecting the orbits of small asteroids in the main belt, like a cosmic snake swallowing its prey." Fatima murmured, her eyes fixed on the road. "Just as the ancient prophecies described." The rest of the trip was filled with intense discussions about Egyptian mythology and its possible connections to astronomical phenomena. Marcus continued to argue for scientific explanations, but even his voice began to carry a tone of doubt. They arrived at Edfu Temple at dusk. The place, normally full of tourists, was closed to the public. Only a few archaeologists and researchers were allowed inside, all observing the hieroglyphics with a mixture of fascination and apprehension. This way, Fatima led them through the ancient corridors. The air inside the temple was charged, as if a storm was approaching. Helena felt her hair stand on end when they reached the main chamber. The hieroglyphics on the walls pulsed with a light of their own, creating patterns that moved like waves across the ancient stone. Marcus immediately began photographing and filming, while Helena moved closer to examine the symbols more closely. "This is extraordinary," she whispered, her fingers hovering over the luminous inscriptions. "The pattern of movement is identical to what we observe in space." A young Egyptian archaeologist approached, carrying ancient scrolls. "Dr. Al-Rahman, we found more texts in the underground chambers. They speak of a specific alignment, a time when the barriers between the realms would become tenuous." Fatima examined the parchments urgently. "Helena, this mentions a portal, a path between the stars that would open during the eclipse. The ancients believed this was when Apophis would make his final push against Ra." "But that's mythology," Marcus protested, though his voice betrayed uncertainty. "We cannot base scientific conclusions on ancient tales. What if they're not just short stories?" Helena questioned, her mind quickly connecting dots. "What if our ancestors were trying to warn us about something that only happens at very long intervals, something they witnessed and tried to document as best they could?" A sudden tremor shook the temple, causing everyone to balance. The lights in the hieroglyphics intensified, and for a moment, Helena swore she saw the figures move like an ancient animation, telling a story of battle in the heavens. We need to correlate this data with my astronomical observations, she declared, already preparing her equipment. If there really is a connection between the celestial phenomenon and these events, we need to understand it before the eclipse happens. Fatima nodded, quickly organizing a makeshift work area. I have more translations on my laptop, texts that talk about specific signs that would precede Apophis's return. As they worked, Marcus continued to document the changes in the hieroglyphs, his scientific curiosity finally overcoming his skepticism. The changes appear to follow a mathematical pattern, he noted, as if they responded to some kind of external force. As the night progressed, the group delved deeper and deeper into the mystery. Helena alternated between astronomical analyses and studies of ancient texts, discovering correlations that defied conventional logic. The serpent in space continued its cosmic dance, approaching Earth in a trajectory that would coincide exactly with the moment of the eclipse. Time is running out, Fatima murmured, watching the latest translations. If the prophecies are correct, we have less than 48 hours before the portal opens. Helena looked up at the sky through an ancient opening in the temple's ceiling. The stars looked different from there, as if they were closer, more watchful. Somewhere among them, an ancient force moved, awakened from its millennial slumber, preparing for a confrontation that had been prophesied on the walls of that very temple thousands of years ago. What had begun as an astronomical anomaly was quickly transforming into something much larger, something that challenged modern understanding of the universe. And at the center of it all, an astronomer, an Egyptologist, and a skeptic found themselves in a race against time to decipher a mystery that could have consequences beyond their imagination. The night wore on at the temple of Edfu as Helena, Marcus, and Fatima worked tirelessly to decipher the mysteries unfolding before them. The hieroglyphs continued their luminous dance on the ancient walls, casting shadows that seemed to take on a life of their own. I found something, Helena exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the computer screen. The data shows that the spatial anomaly is creating a kind of gravitational field of its own, something I've never seen before. It's as if it's conscious. Marcus momentarily abandoned his photographic documentation of the hieroglyphs to examine Helena's findings. This defies every law of physics we know, he admitted, running a hand through his hair in frustration. How can something have such directed behavior? Fatima approached with more ancient parchments, her eyes shining with urgency. The texts mention that Apophis was not just a serpent, but a manifestation of primordial chaos. The ancient Egyptians believed he possessed consciousness and purpose. A new tremor shook the temple, stronger than the previous one. Small particles of ancient dust danced in the air, illuminated by the unearthly light of the hieroglyphics. Helena noticed that the vibrations seemed synchronized with the pulsations of the symbols on the walls. We need more data, declared Helena, beginning to establish a satellite connection with the observatory in Chile. If we could correlate the gravitational disturbances with the manifestations here in the temple, his work was interrupted by screams coming from the lower chambers. The young Egyptian archaeologist came running, his face pale with astonishment. You need to see this. The underground chamber. It's changing. The group quickly descended the ancient steps, their flashlights lighting the way through narrow corridors. The temperature dropped drastically as they went deeper into the temple. When they reached the chamber in question, everyone stopped, astonished. The walls of the underground chamber were covered in hieroglyphics that moved like liquid mercury, forming and reforming complex patterns. In the center of the ceiling, a particular symbol shined most brightly, the representation of Apophis swallowing the sun. That's impossible, Marcus muttered, his skepticism finally giving way to the evidence before his eyes. He pulled a radiation meter from his backpack and began taking readings. The energy levels here are off the charts. Helena connected her laptop to several sensors they had brought, starting to collect data. Gravitational perturbations are intensifying, she observed, her fingers flying over the keyboard. And look at this. There's a direct correlation between the energy spikes here and the anomalies I've detected in space. Fatima was absorbed in a series of particular inscriptions that seemed older than the others. This talks about a ritual, she translated out loud. Something the ancient priests performed to strengthen barriers during times of danger. A ritual? Marcus questioned, still trying to maintain some sense of scientific rationality. How could a ritual affect astronomical phenomena? Maybe it's not the ritual itself, Helena pondered, an idea beginning to form in her mind. What if the ancient Egyptians had discovered a way to manipulate energy fields that we don't yet understand? What if the mathematics behind their rituals had a practical purpose? As they argued, the lights in the hieroglyphs began to pulse more rapidly, and the air in the chamber grew even colder. Helena felt increasing pressure in her ears, as if they were rapidly descending in altitude. The texts mention a specific alignment, Fatima continued, her hands shaking slightly as she unrolled yet another ancient scroll, not just from celestial bodies, but from points of power on earth. The Temple of Edfu was built at one of these points. Helena began overlaying old maps with her astronomical analyses on her computer. If we trace the trajectory of the spatial anomaly and project it onto these PowerPoints, she trailed off, her eyes widening. My God, they line up perfectly. Marcus walked over to see the results, his expression changing from skepticism to astonishment. This can't be a coincidence. The mathematical precision is perfect. A new tremor, more violent than the previous ones, shook the camera. Small stones began to fall from the ceiling, and the glow of the hieroglyphics intensified to the point of being almost blinding. We need to evacuate, Marcus shouted. But Helena was already deep in her calculations, an expression of intense concentration on her face. No, wait, she exclaimed. The patterns, they're showing us something, a sequence, like a code. Her fingers flew over the keyboard as she tried to decipher what she saw. It's as if the temple itself is trying to tell us something. Fatima quickly joined Helena, her eyes switching between the moving hieroglyphs and the ancient translations. The symbols, they're forming words I haven't seen before, a language older than ancient Egyptian itself. The temperature continued to drop, and their breaths now formed small clouds in the air. Marcus's radiation meter began to emit a high-pitched alarm sound, its sensors overwhelmed by the energy levels in the chamber. "Helena," Marcus called, his voice tense. "We need to get out of here. Whatever is going on is escalating very quickly." But Helena barely heard him, completely absorbed in the patterns that were unfolding before her. "It's all connected," she murmured. "The eclipse, the power points, the spatial anomaly are not separate events. It's all part of a larger cycle, something the ancient Egyptians predicted and tried to warn us about." The sound of shattering stones echoed through the chamber, and thin cracks began to form on the walls. Bright hieroglyphs seemed to flow through these cracks like veins of light, connecting into increasingly complex patterns. "We have less than 24 hours until the eclipse," Fatima reminded, her voice thick with urgency. "If we don't figure out how to interpret these signals before then—" She didn't need to complete the sentence. Everyone there could feel that they were on the brink of something monumental, an event that could forever change not only their understanding of the universe, but perhaps the very destiny of humanity. The moment the chamber's ceiling began to collapse, Marcus grabbed Helena and Fatima by the arms, pulling them towards the exit. The trio ran through the ancient corridors as rocks fell around them, the unearthly glow of the hieroglyphs lighting their way like a beacon in the darkness. "The equipment!" Helena shouted, trying to go back. "Leave them," Marcus replied firmly. "We can recover them after the structure stabilizes." When they finally emerged into the night air, panting and covered in ancient dust, they saw that the sky had changed dramatically. An aurora borealis danced over the Egyptian desert, a completely impossible phenomenon at that latitude. "Gravitational disturbances are affecting Earth's magnetic field," Helena murmured, her eyes fixed on the curtains of light rippling above. "It's starting." Fatima quickly set up a makeshift workspace on the temple steps, laying out scrolls and connecting her laptop to a portable generator. "The texts mention signs like this," she said, quickly flipping through her notes. "Lights in the sky, tremors in the earth, sacred symbols coming to life." Marcus, who had rushed back to retrieve some essential equipment, returned with Helena's laptop and her measuring instruments. "The readings are getting more intense," he reported, quickly configuring the sensors. "Whatever is happening is accelerating." Helena immediately dove into her data, correlating the new information with her previous observations. The space snake, its trajectory has changed. It's moving more quickly now, as if it's responding to events here on Earth. A group of local archaeologists and researchers gathered around them, all watching with a mixture of fascination and terror as the lights in the sky intensified. The wind began to pick up, bringing with it a low, resonant sound, like a distant hums. "We need to understand the ritual," Fatima declared, spreading out more parchment. "The ancients would not have left these instructions if they were not important." Helena nodded, dividing her attention between the astronomical data and the ancient translations. "The ritual seems to involve some kind of harmonization," she observed, as if they were trying to attune the temple's energies to something greater. "Energy?" Marcus questioned, although his usual tone of skepticism had been replaced by urgent curiosity. "Are you suggesting they had technology to manipulate force fields?" "Technology might not be the right word," Helena replied, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she created new simulation models. But knowledge? Definitely. Look at this. She turned her laptop to show a three-dimensional graph where the temple's energy lines overlapped perfectly with the patterns of the spatial anomaly. They understood something about the fundamental structure of the universe that we have only begun to rediscover. A new tremor shook the ground, and more lights began to emanate from the temple entrances. The buzzing in the air intensified, making everyone need to raise their voices to be heard. The texts talk about a chant, Fatima continued, her eyes quickly scanning the ancient inscriptions. A specific sequence of sounds that, when combined with certain movements, could open a channel of communication. Communication with what? Marcus asked, although something in his expression suggested he already suspected the answer. With whatever is coming, Helena replied softly, her eyes fixed on the dancing lights in the sky. The ancient Egyptians weren't just trying to warn us about Apophis. They were giving us tools to confront him. One of the local archaeologists, an elderly man with decades of experience in ancient sites, approached with an object wrapped in cloth. We found this in the excavations a few months ago, he said, unfolding the package to reveal a ceremonial sistrum, a sacred musical instrument of the ancient Egyptians. It started vibrating today, for the first time in thousands of years. Helena took the instrument carefully, feeling it hum softly in her hands. When she moved it, the small metal plates inside it produced a sound that seemed to resonate with you, the hum in the air. The mathematical patterns in hieroglyphics, she murmured, an idea beginning to form. They're not just instructions. They're sheet music, music designed to interact with specific frequencies in the universe. Fatima quickly began translating more texts, confirming Helena's theory. Yes, the priests used a combination of sounds and movements to strengthen the barriers between the worlds. It was a protective ritual, but based on principles that we could call scientific. We have less than 12 hours until the eclipse, Marcus reminded him, checking his instruments. And by my calculations, the spatial anomaly will intersect the eclipse line exactly over this location. Helena looked at the sistrum in her hands, at the scrolls scattered around her, and at the lights that danced in the night sky. Everything was connected, part of an ancient puzzle they needed to solve before it was too late. We need to rebuild the ritual, she declared, her voice steady despite the growing chaos around her. Not just the words and the movements, but the mathematics behind it. If the ancient Egyptians found a way to influence these cosmic forces, we can do the same. The wind picked up even more, bringing with it grains of sand that shone strangely under the aureole lights. Time was running out, and in deep space, an ancient and terrible force snaked toward Earth. Its arrival timed to coincide with the exact moment of the eclipse. Somewhere above them, among the stars that now seemed to pulse with a light of their own, something watched and waited. The confrontation prophesied millennia ago was about to begin, and the fate of the world could depend on a modern astronomer's ability to decipher and implement an ancient ritual before it was too late. The sun was beginning to rise over the Egyptian horizon when Helena finally finished deciphering the mathematical patterns in the hieroglyphics. Her hands shook slightly as she held the ancient sistrum, now decorated with symbols that she and Fatima had carefully transcribed from sacred texts. It's a Fibonacci sequence, she explained to the others, who had formed a circle around her. The ancients encoded the harmonic frequencies of the universe in their rituals. Each movement, each note, corresponds to a specific vibration in the fabric of space-time. Marcus, who had spent the last few hours calibrating his measuring instruments, approached with new readings. The spatial anomaly is less than 3 hours away, he reported, his voice tense, and the eclipse will begin in approximately 4 hours. Fatima continued furiously translating the latest texts, her eyes red with exhaustion. The ritual must begin before the moon's shadow touches the earth, she warned. Once the eclipse begins, it will be too late. The sky above them had transformed into a surreal spectacle. The aurora borealis now pulsed in shades of red and gold, and through its luminous curtains, it was possible to see distortions in the very fabric of space, as if something massive was bending reality. We need more systems, Helena declared, examining the old instructions. The ritual requires a minimum of 7 performers, each tuned to a different frequency. Local archaeologists quickly mobilized, bringing in ancient instruments that had been preserved in nearby museums. Each sistrum was carefully marked with the appropriate symbols, following the instructions that Helena had decoded. What if it doesn't work? Marcus asked softly, helping Helena organize the participants into a perfect heptagon. What if they're all wrong about this? Helena looked up at the sky, where the cosmic serpent was now visible even to the naked eye, an undulating distortion that seemed to swallow the stars in its path. Then at least we will have tried, she replied. Sometimes, Marcus, science means having faith in the impossible. Fatima distributed the papyri with the ancient words of power, quickly teaching the correct pronunciation to the participants. The ritual must be precise, she emphasized. Every syllable, every movement, every note, everything must be in perfect harmony. The wind picked up dramatically, bringing with it a sound that resembled a distant wail. The lights in the temple intensified, and the hieroglyphics on the walls began to pulse in sync with their heartbeats. It's time, Helena announced, taking her place in the heptagon. She could feel the sistrum vibrating in her hands, responding to the energies that permeated the air. The ritual began with a soft, almost imperceptible sound, 7 sistrums moving in precise patterns, creating harmonies that had not been heard on Earth for millennia. The ancient words flowed from their mouths like water, each syllable carrying power and purpose. At first, nothing seemed to happen, but gradually, as the ritual progressed, the air around them began to change. Marcus, watching through his instruments, saw the energy readings skyrocket to impossible levels. It's working, he shouted over the howling wind. The frequencies are aligning. Helena barely heard him, completely immersed in the ritual. Through her half-closed eyes, she could see patterns of light forming in the air, webs of energy that connected the ritual participants to each other and to the temple itself. In the sky, the spatial anomaly seemed to hesitate in its approach. The cosmic serpent writhed as if encountering resistance, its gravitational distortions encountering a new type of force that opposed its advance. The sun was beginning to be obscured by the moon When the ritual reached its climax, the seven sistrums now sounded as a single note, a frequency that resonated with the very core of the earth. The ancient words had turned into a chant that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Helena felt something change inside her. It was as if his consciousness expanded, touching something vast and ancient. For a moment, she understood what the Egyptians really meant by their mythology. Apophis was not just a serpent, but a fundamental force in the universe, the primordial chaos that always threatened to engulf order. And now, through this ancient ritual, they were reinforcing the very barriers of the cosmos, using mathematics and sound to strengthen the fabric of reality. The total eclipse has finally begun, plunging the desert into unearthly darkness. But instead of complete darkness, the air around the temple glowed with its own light, a ritually generated force field that stretched all the way to the sky. The spatial anomaly, now clearly visible, like a serpent of darkness against the eclipsed sky, encountered this barrier of light. For a tense moment, it seemed as if the force of chaos might win, its gravitational distortions threatening to tear apart space itself. But the ritual continued. 7 voices joined in perfect harmony. 7 sistrums dancing in precise mathematical patterns. The light barrier pulsed stronger, and slowly, inexorably, the serpent began to retreat. It was Marcus who first noticed the change in his instruments. "Gravitational perturbations are decreasing," he shouted. "Whatever you guys are doing, it's pushing the thing back into space." Helena could hardly believe what her eyes were seeing. The force that threatened to engulf their world was being repelled by something as simple and as complex as music and mathematics. Just as the ancient Egyptians had predicted, the eclipse began to pass, light gradually returning to the desert. As the sun re-emerged, the spatial anomaly disappeared into the depths of the cosmos, leaving only a clear sky and an exhausted but triumphant group of people. The ritual ended naturally, the sistrums falling silent one by one until only the gentle desert wind could be heard. Helena lowered her instrument with shaking hands, barely able to believe what they had just accomplished. "We did it," Fatima whispered, tears of joy and relief running down her wrinkled face. After all these millennia, the ritual still worked. Marcus was busy checking his instruments one last time, an incredulous smile on his face. "I'm going to spend the rest of my life trying to explain this scientifically," he admitted. Helena looked at the sistrum in her hands, at the ancient temple that had kept this secret for so long, and at the sky that now seemed closer and more mysterious than ever. "Maybe some things don't need to be explained," she said softly. "Perhaps it is enough to know that our ancestors understood more about the universe than we realized, and that their wisdom can still save us today." And as the sun shone over the Egyptian desert, Helena knew that her understanding of the cosmos had changed forever. The line between science and magic, between past and present, between order and chaos, was thinner than anyone had imagined. And somewhere in the stars, an ancient force waited, knowing that humanity still held the secrets to maintaining the balance of the universe.